Hello and welcome. Let's give it another few seconds and then we can start. All right, let's go. Hey, welcome and let's go. So let me sort my stuff here out and then we can go. Cool. Hey, welcome to the first real episode of Programming Polyglot, in which I will live program a web crawler with you using a language that I have no experience with myself. So the point is that we're going to explore the language together. If you've seen the dry run, let's say the pilot episode, the 0th one, I did that with Kotlin, which is a language that I am pretty familiar with. The plan for the series going forward is, as I pointed out in the announcement as well, to pick languages that I have little or no experience with myself, which I will start or want to start doing today. That doesn't mean that I will always do something I've never used, but ideally that's the plan. And yes, let me quickly explain what we're going to do. So in each episode, my plan is to build essentially the same like toy application, which is a very easy, albeit functional web crawler. So I'll quickly go with you again. If you've seen this in the previous one, I'm sorry, I'll make it quick. Quickly go through what the goal of the application that we're going to build is going to be. And I guess then we can get started. So first of all, though, if you are interested, because I just set this up this morning, I figured that since last time I really liked the interaction in this live stream, but there's no good way like to stay in touch with you. You know, neither on YouTube nor on Twitch there's any good section that I could chat or something, or you could offer ideas or suggestions or something. So I actually set up a Discord server, which you'll find the links in the chat. If you want to join. It's obviously just an offer. But yeah, if you have some suggestions for future episodes or generally wanna chat a bit, then yeah, that's would be pretty cool. Right, so today's language we're going to use is tickle or TCL. I'm going to go what that is over in a minute, and then as I said, we have to explore it anyhow since I have no experience with it. First though, what are we going to build? As I mentioned, a web crawler. So what is a web crawler? If you've never heard of it, idea is just that if you have some, usually used by like a search engine or something, you would want to need some way to index what in the World Wide Web, which pages there are, right? So how this is typically done, there's very many ways, but how this is typically done in the very easy way is you give it some starting point, some URL, some website on the World Wide Web, also called a seed. And from there, in essence, you open the website, you get its contents, some HTML, which I'm sure you've seen before, and you try to find all the hyperlinks that point to, well, either the same page or another website. So these are these A tags right here. So like if you do it like this in HTML, A tag, and then an href here, this is the URL, and this will generate something like this if you've never done HTML before. So what we can do now, of course, is if we find all the links on a website that point somewhere and collect them somehow in a list or set or whatever, we can parse it apart into its sub-components or whatever to figure out what is the protocol, for instance, HTTP or secure one, the subdomain, oftentimes www, then the domain name and the top level domain. And this thing together is called the root domain, like the domain name and the ending. And now if you think about it, if we would do this sort of like recursively, so we visit a page and collect all its links and then visit that page again and do the same, and in like an endless loop, so to say, we slowly crawl throughout the World Wide Web in this net, right? And we get somewhere. Of course, we can steer it a bit in theory by saying, okay, visit only these certain pages, or don't visit one that you already saw, or whatever. But we just move throughout the World Wide Web, arriving somewhere, or not arriving anywhere really. You just keep moving if you don't stop it. So the idea here is that essentially what you have then is a tree, right? So if you would consider that our seed here, this I did just the example is from the pilot episode with Kotlin. So my idea is that you start always with the link to the project's homepage and give that as the seed, and then see where it takes you. So if you would consider that this is maybe the node 1 here in our tree, then the World Wide Web, if you consider this your starting point or your viewpoint or whatever, is pretty much nothing else but a tree. You can go to some pages. Those again will lead to some pages. You can have, of course, cycles. So it might be that, I don't know, website 5 has a link to 9 and 10, but also to 2. So there's like a cycle. So that we have to take a bit of care later in the implementation, that we not just walk in the cycle all the time, but apart from that, you essentially want to traverse this tree. There's generally, of course, 2 ways to do this. Either depth first, which means you go to the page 2 in this case, and then to its first page, and to its first page, and so on. And you do this just going down. Problem in this case is, well, the main problem is that because the World Wide Web is, well, not infinite in the mathematical sense, but pretty much infinite, you would just go deeper and deeper and deeper, which is fine. I mean, you get somewhere eventually. What will likely though yield more interesting results is breadth first, meaning that you visit the 2, 3, and 4 and add all of its links, and then 5, 6, and 7. And this is actually what you see in this example here with the numberings. That will likely, first of all, yield more interesting results. And be in general a bit more, nicer to traverse. Yes, and then finally, if we get there, I want to print some statistics. So if we collect like which websites we visited, we can, of course, for instance, print something like here, how many of those were HTTPS secure ones, and how many that use like regular HTTP. Whatever, it could be other things. Which top level domains do we see how often? Like .com probably most often, but interesting to see from your starting point, what other top level domains do you typically see? Stuff like that. That's all the idea. One warning, of course, since I don't know this language myself and we're going to explore it now, I could stop at any point in here. Like if I really get stuck, I hope not. I'll try my best. But if I really get stuck at some point, either I have to investigate a bit longer, or I would have to split it up into 2 parts, or just, well, stop at some point. I also don't want to make it boring, of course. So we'll see about that. Plan though is to implement all of this today, and that's pretty much it. I'd be very happy if you drop me some messages in the chat. Anything, just chat around a bit, some tips, suggestions, maybe if you used this before, or just in general, say hi. I'd be very glad to hear from you. Cool, then I guess let's get going. So we are going to use, I picked, since I heard cool things about this language, but never used it myself, I picked Tickle, or TCL. The language typically is pronounced tickle, at least I was told so, even though it's not spelled like it, but so I'm gonna also call it tickle. I already went ahead and installed this on my operating system here, so we can skip that because that would be pretty boring. And I quickly gave it like a run that it can execute something, you know, can print some line to the screen, because otherwise it would be pretty boring if we get stuck there already. So that works. So setup is there. Anything else is not there. So let's go. What I thought would be interesting for this series is to use some existing tutorials and stuff, of course, because otherwise just searching the documentation, which we will do obviously, is a bit of a hit or miss, right? Sometimes you have very good documentation. Here, after having like a very short look, it looks pretty decent, but I'm not so sure. Other languages you might have very poor documentation. So what I opted to probably use in quite many of these is learnx-in-yminutes.com. If you don't know that page, highly recommend it. So what you can essentially do is it has all sorts of programming languages and short tutorials. they're not always the same tutorial, but they show like the basics. I don't know how to create a variable, how to print to the screen, how to, this typical stuff. And as you can see, there's very, very many. Today we're going to use this one, and I will probably for the future episodes at least partially use the site as well. Maybe some other pages. In Tickle's case, I also saw that they do have like a wiki with a tutorial, but it's very in-depth, which we're probably not going to have time today. So I choose to do this one. Right, let's get going. So Tickle, quite the old language, was originally created in 1988, I believe, I read. Yeah, so let's start somewhere. This is, I guess we can skip that. Yeah, let's start here. Tickle has much in common with Lisp, but instead of lists, Tickle uses strings as the currency of the language. So if you're not familiar with Lisp, it stands for list processor. And the thing about that language is that everything's a list. That's pretty much the only, well, data types, not really, but you get what I'm saying, that everything is a list in one way or the other. And in Tickle, and this is pretty much the only thing I do know about it, this is a string. Quite the interesting concept. We'll see how that works out. All values are strings. So a list is a string with a defined format, and the body of a procedure, a script, is also a string rather than a block. Not yet sure what that means. To achieve performance, Tickle internally caches structured representation of these values. List routines, for example, operate. Yeah, figured that is necessary because strings are typically not the fastest thing to work with, like in memory. So that makes sense that it uses some optimization there. The copy and write design of Tickle allows script authors to pass around large data values without actually incurring additional memory output. Yeah, so that also makes sense that you have this optimization, because otherwise you have to allocate a lot of memory every time. Procedures are automatically byte compiled unless they use more dynamic routines. Yeah, I think this is too advanced for us by now. For now. Tickle is a pleasure to program in. It will appeal to hacker types who find Lisp, Forth, and Smalltalk interesting, as well as to engineers and scientists who just want to get down to business with a tool that bends to their will. Its discipline of exposing all programmatic functionality as routines, including things like looping and mathematical operations. Okay, that's interesting. That are usually baked into the syntax of other languages, allows it to fade into the background of whatever domain-specific functionality a project needs. Its syntax, which is even lighter than that of Lisp, just gets out of the way. Okay, so this is quite nice to hear. So apparently stuff like looping, right, is implemented as a function, as I understand. Routine is probably like a function. So you, instead of having like a for keyword that many languages have or something like that, you apparently have like a function you call that does the looping for you. We'll see. What I did is I downloaded this file. So I think each of these on this website, you do have the code that it goes through here. So it's always code, and then in the comments it explains how the stuff is working. You always can download that up here or copy paste it, I guess. So I went ahead and already did that for the sole reason that that would allow us to execute this locally. So let's switch over to Visual Studio Code, where I only prepared that, nothing else yet. Let's make this a bit smaller. Right. And I think then we can get going. Cool. Tickle is not SHRC. This needs to be set because standard shell quoting habits almost work in Tickle, and it is common for people to pick up Tickle and try to get by with syntax from another language. It works at first, but soon leads to frustration. Yeah, let's not try that. Braces are a quoting mechanism, not syntax. Quoting mechanism, okay. Tickle doesn't have either of those things. Braces are used to escape special characters, which makes them well suited for quoting procedure bodies and strings that should be interpreted as lists. Okay, let's continue first. Let's see. A script is made up of commands delimited by new lines or semicolons. Okay, so you can either do this or a new line, and it's the same. I'll probably use new lines because I find this quite ugly in any language in general, not just Tickle. Each command is a call to a routine. Okay, so apparently routine is like a function in other languages, as far as I can tell. The first word is the name of the routine. Okay, set to call, and subsequent words are arguments to the routine. Words are delimited by a white space. Since each argument is a word in the command, it is already a string and may be unquoted. Ah, okay. So this, you can just dump this in here instead, where in most languages you would have to do something like this, right? Since everything is a string apparently. So you don't have to specifically say it's a string. So this is apparently just a string. Okay. Just as this then, I guess? Because technically speaking, these are both arguments, right? In other languages you would do something like that, I guess. If you would assign a variable like that and to make this a string, right? Something like that. So this misses out or doesn't have like the parentheses, which is quite interesting. Makes it quite nice to read. So okay, setting is to set a variable. So this would set a variable called part1 and set it to cell. And then he does, or she, whoever wrote this, they, ut, part2 and part3 actions. And now I can already see what's happening here. $sign to this variable substitution. Okay, so now you just chain everything together and you have salutations. And set it into variable greeting. Okay. That so far so good. Let me quickly make my audio a bit more silent. It is very loud. Okay. Cool. Let me do one other thing, which is, yes, sorry, I'm back. So what I would, let's continue, sorry. When set is given only the name of a variable, it returns the value of that variable. Ah, okay. It's a bit counterintuitive why you have set and then it returns something, but sure. Left and right brackets embed a script. What is a script? It did mention it here already, but it's like, what is that? Script is made up of commands, so apparently just a file. Left and right brackets embed a script to be evaluated for a result to substitute into the word. Okay. So in here you can execute arbitrary code apparently inside of the brackets. If it's not yet a variable, right? Because this works because this is a variable, part 1, part 2. But if it's not yet a variable, but you construct it here or I don't know, call something, then okay, no, that's nice. An embedded script may be composed of multiple commands, the last of which provides the result for the substitution. Ah, now I understand what embedded script. So that just using these, you can essentially execute arbitrary code and it will just return the last in here. Right. So that would tell me, I guess, that you can also do this, I would guess. And now actually, because I said that I don't like putting it in one line, that actually is maybe not too stupid in this case, because it reads a bit better. Set greeting to be greeting plus 3 times I incremented, and this gives us, so puts is for printing to the screen, I guess. Yeah, was not introduced, but sure. The output is salutations 3. Okay, you override this greeting, which was salutations, with which okay, the thing I find a bit weird is I is never defined anywhere, but I assume it just starts as like 0 or empty string or something. So we just do increment, I guess at least it's incrementing the value by 1, by 1, by 1. So you would have 3. And then they essentially, or apparently rather, also return the new value every time. So it's a bit like an atomic value in Java that you can like increment and get. So you increment it and it returns the new value. So this makes sense that the last one then is increment to 3 and then return the new value, which is 3. So we arrive at the salutations 3. Fair enough. Every word in a command is a string, including the name of the routine. So substitutions can be used on it as well. Given this variable assignment, poo. Action is pu, okay. Oh no. The following 3 commands are equivalent. Oh, so you can, wow, that's interesting. So you can just substitute this into place here, and then you have pu ts, which just happens to also be a routine or function, or I call it routine because I mean, apparently that's the term to use. And it will just execute it. Okay, that's interesting. Same here. Well, that makes sense. This is essentially the same. That does make me wonder. This makes this, in my head at least, makes this a very good target for like injections of some sort. I mean, of course, I'm not saying like every script is vulnerable to this, but if you do accept user input somewhere, and for some reason use this, use this substitution in the first place where there should be a routine name, and you accept user input, this might just be substituted into place, right? And you can, as a user, give input and it just executes that. That's interesting. I mean, you do have to build the bug by accident. It's not like it's automatically going to be vulnerable against that. You have to use this, but that's interesting. It's like a SQL injection, what I meant. Sure. Backslash suppresses the special meaning of characters. Okay, that's in every language. So because this is also used for substituting, if we really need a $sign, you have to do this. Fair enough. Backslash adds special meaning to certain characters. Yeah, okay. Backslash n is a new line, I presume. Yeah. The word enclosed in braces is not subject to any special interpretation or substitution, except that a backslash before a brace is not counted when looking for a closing brace. Yeah, this is, I think, what they meant in the beginning, which I didn't yet understand fully. How you use these braces, because it said here, braces are a quoting mechanism, not syntax for the construction of code of blocks or list. So it does make me wonder if, because it's just a string, right? We just set some var to be this is a literal blah blah blah. Apart from the fact that the syntax highlighting here doesn't work super well, since this is a routine. Hard to implement in such a language that just allows you to do whatever, essentially. That does make me wonder if it's also legal to use this then. Anyways, can you use a... Ah, yeah, okay. So I was about to wonder already, is this a legal character? But apparently you can just use it for a string. That makes me wonder if this is essentially the same. I think it is. I don't get yet fully what the brace is useful for. We'll see. In a word enclosed in double quotes, white space characters lose their special meaning. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So if you do need a space, you cannot say hello Neo, because it will interpret it as arguments, and that this only takes 1 or 2 arguments, the variable and the contents. So if you do need a space, which is already taken by like separator, so to say, you have to do it like this. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, and then you can substitute in the string. I mean, that many languages have. A variable name can be any string. Ah. Okay, makes sense. No, wait, first name. First I was about to say, is first a routine? But then it would have to have this, right? Because that is for executing. So this is literally just the string first name. And they put it in this. I don't understand what is the difference between this and the quotation, how's it called, double quotes. Is this also gonna work? Probably. Why is there 2 ways to do this? Not sure yet. Probably some reason. The first braced, the braced form of variable substitution handles more complex variable names. Ah. Oh, what the hell? Now I understand. Oh, this is... So because this is a variable name, but also has a space, you cannot anymore use just a $sign. Because then I would just think, okay, this is just first, right? So you have to use it like this. Well, this is actually similar in quite some languages as well, among others Kotlin actually, which has this exact syntax. Set can always be used instead of variable substitution and can handle all variable names. Ah, okay, sure. So instead of doing like this, you can get the value evaluated with these brackets and sure. To unpack a list into the command, use the expansion operator. These two commands are equivalent. Okay, so we just get each thing in here. Unpack a list into the command. So this is a list. That's also a string called name neo, like we saw here with first name. I guess now we come to the point where this point that they made with like everything's a string starts to make sense, because this is maybe, I'm not sure yet, a string name neo with a space, as well as a list with elements name neo apparently, because it says to unpack a list. Okay. I don't think we're gonna need this very often, but good to know, I guess. And it's like a destructuring thing, like a pattern matching thing. Well, not pattern matching, you don't match any patterns, but yeah, well, unpacking is a good term. An array is a special variable that is a container for other variables. Person name Neo, person destiny the one. Hello, person name. Isn't this like a map? But it says array. Container for other variables. No, wait. I'm stupid. This is just literally the variable name. I think. I mean, on paper, this is just a variable name, right? Because everything's a string. So this is just a variable name. And then, of course, you can substitute it because this has no spaces, I guess. Why would you do that, though? Why is it also an array? Okay, this I don't understand yet, but let's see if we ever need it. It's a bit... So far, I have to say, the language is a bit mind-bending because of this idiom that everything's a string. Excuse me, I have to drink something. It makes up for code that is like a bit ambiguous. Not sure yet if I like it very much, but we'll see. Let's continue. Variable can be used to declare or set variables. In contrast with set, which use both the global namespace and the current namespace to resolve a variable, variable only use the current namespace. Yeah, I was about to say earlier already, I do not like very much, it's fine, but I do not like very much that everything's mutable. Like you can just override all the variables and stuff, which generally I prefer languages that have like, that don't do that, or at least have some extra concept for it. But at least it has this, I guess, so I'm only going to use this, I think, because this seems a bit dangerous. Yeah, and I was about to ask, what is a namespace? But I see it's the next point. Namespace eval creates a new namespace if it doesn't exist. A namespace can contain both routines and variables. Yeah, okay, so you make a new namespace. People, and inside there make a person one, and inside there make a variable. Okay. Use 2 or more colons to limit namespace components. So I think this eval essentially means that you just like evaluate whatever is in here as like adding that to the namespace. Because what they're doing here is do the people namespace and the person namespace and a variable, and then here they again do an evaluate, let's say, from the viewpoint of people namespace, as far as I can tell, and set a variable called greeting in now both global and local namespace called hello person one colon name. And because we're currently in people, person one, you see, colon name will be Neo, so it will be hello Neo. Okay. Okay, 2 or more colons also limit namespace components in routine names. Oh, nice. So with this you can do like, I was about to say you can do sort of like objects in a sense. So now we have like, well, not really, well, a bit, right? Because you do have like the locally spaced variables with the variable. So you could have like some state in here and call this and override it. Although it is a bit weird because this is like a namespace, not like you have an instance of some class or something. But you can do something that is a bit related to object orientation with this, as far as I can tell. We'll see. I read that this has some sort of OO, but not sure how exactly it works. And also not sure if we need it. 2 or more colons. The other thing I do wonder about, why the hell is it proc if this is a routine? I would have either opted for root or something, or called the things just I guess this stands for procedure, procedure probably. Okay, I'll just accept it as what it is. People, person, one, speak, puts, I'm the one. Yeah, so this is, I'll just treat this as being essentially a string. That does mean though that this is also a string. Which makes me wonder, if I do this, does that work? You get what I'm saying? Does it like just evaluate this? Okay, this is the time where you just run this. So how you run this is tcl.sh, tickle shell, I guess. And then your file name. Oh wait, we're in the wrong folder. ct0. Yes. tcl.sh. Oh, we're still in the wrong. So I made a learn folder here with this file. There we go. Seems to not work. New lines. Invalid command name while executing. This seems to be the problem that I introduced, because the last thing we do indeed log is lots of new lines, which is here. So I guess this actually doesn't work. So then that does mean that braces and quotation marks are not the same, but you still kind of use this to do a string. Not quite sure what the exact difference between these is, but maybe it will still, you know, be apparent later on. Right. Let's continue. Fully qualified names begin with 2 colons. Right. Okay, so if you're in the global namespace, or if you want to start from global namespace, you just use this, I guess. That is fine. No more syntax. All other functionality is implemented via routines. From this point on, there's no new syntax. Okay. That is not a lot. That is really not a lot compared to some other languages that have very many constructs. I guess the reason is probably because if I'm thinking about like other languages that I used a lot, the most of its extra like syntactic functionality stems from the fact that it has like some extra syntax for concepts. So if you think about a language that has object orientation, a lot of syntax and keywords and stuff are necessary to have the OO. So you do a class, or to do a, I don't know, tell it if it's public, private, it's static, whatever, this kind of stuff. Because it doesn't have that out of the box, makes sense that it's not syntax. And I presume, because I read somewhere that it does have OO, I guess since even the looping is apparently, which I haven't seen yet, is and that makes sense now that it's not implemented, not shown yet. Because if even the looping is a routine or procedure, then yeah, you don't need a for keyword, because it's just a good old function. Okay. Everything else is there to learn about Tickle is about the behavior of individual routines and what meaning they assign to their arguments. Interesting. Okay, so my plan is, by the way, not to go through all this file. I'm not sure what even is all in there, but I'm gonna go a bit further so we have like a bit more understanding, and then I'll get going, so it's not too boring. Right, each variable in routine is associated with some namespace. To end up with an interpreter that can do nothing, delete the global namespace. It's not a very useful thing to do, but it illustrates the nature of Tickle. It's actually a good point. So if you do this, then you can just not even set anything more, because this is not even... There's no way to set a variable like an equal sign in pretty much every language, but it's just a function, routine, sorry. Because set always keeps its eye on both the global namespace and the current namespace, is safe to use variable. Yeah, already figured. To declare a variable or assign a value to a variable. If a variable called name already exists in the global namespace, using set here will assign a value to the global variable instead to the variable in the current namespace. Yeah, this makes for a horrible bugs as far as I can tell. Because you just override stuff globally that you didn't intend to. Other way around, you assume that things are there that you set, but actually it turns out you haven't set them because it's... Yeah, no. Once a variable is declared, set sees it instead of seeing an identically named variable in the global namespace. Ah, okay. So if you do have a clash between global and local, it will use local. Okay. I'm just gonna use this. This seems very dangerous. I wouldn't even know why I would use this, but sure. If set has... Well, actually I know why, because otherwise you cannot define functions that you can access everywhere. I guess that's the reason. But if set has to create a new variable, it always does it relative to the current namespace. Okay, so this can actually not happen, what I said, that if you assume... Oh, well, yes. No, it cannot, yeah. So if you do this, it will use whatever namespace you and not the global one. No, fair enough. Yeah, it's actually not too bad if you do use the namespaces. Still, I'm not going to use it. An absolute name always begins with the name of the global namespace, followed by 2 colons. Yeah, we already saw that. Within a procedure, the variable links a variable into the current namespace into the local one. Oh, so you can copy what you already have in... What you already had in here. Yeah, I don't think we need that. Maybe. Built-in routines. Okay, this I think we still need to read, and then probably can start coding a bit, because so far I don't even know how to do anything. Give me a second. There's again some weird spam in this chat room right here. So I'm gonna get rid of that. All right, sorry for that. Let's have a quick drink. All right, almost ready to do something. Math can be done with the expr. Set A, set B, C. Oh, what the hell? So as I was already about to say, is there like no infix notation? Because the thing that is weird, right, with most languages is that they use notation, not sure what it's called, prefix, I think Polish notation I heard somewhere once. Like, you know, this kind of thing that you have like function name, open parentheses usually, and then the arguments with comma separated and then closing, right? This is similar, it just skips on all the stuff in between, but apart from that it's very similar, right? But what is weird in most languages is that you on top of that have something, well, I don't need to write because it's here already, a plus, which makes no sense, right? Because it's infix on paper. So it should be like either you do a plus sign, right, and write 1, 2, and you can also do this, right? If the languages would be consistent, it would work like that. Of course, I get why you do this, because it's way easier to read, and this looks more like math you would write on a piece of paper, so that is all good. I was about to ask, this doesn't have this then, apparently, and it kind of. So it doesn't really, but as far as I can tell, you give it a string, which this again is. And it can contain like some signs, and this will just, it's like a regex engine a bit, or not regex, you get what I'm saying, it's an expression engine, so just evaluates what's in here. That's super funky, and again, a bit security interesting. Well, I mean, it knows which signs it evaluates. Still weird. Since expr performs variable substitution on its own, brace the expression to prevent tickle from performing variable substitution first. I think I understand. So I think the point is that if you would do it like this, and not put like a string around it, it would try to set these in there directly, which would mean that if you don't execute it immediately, you know, you like put it in a... Actually, that also means that you can have like lambdas and closures more or less out of the box, right? Because you can just put like arbitrary code into a string and just execute it later, which is essentially a lambda expression. Well, similar at least. Huh. So my point is, if you do this and not evaluate it, right, which the brace would do, then kind of your C now has a closure, a lambda of sorts, right? If you then later execute it, I guess by doing this, or well, no, like this, then probably, I think maybe it doesn't work, but it would be pretty cool. So I think the point of this comment is that if you do not do it like this, it would directly substitute, like the interpreter would immediately substitute A to 3 and B to 4, which means now you have a hard-coded 3 plus 4. So it is just, in the end, once it's like interpreting, it just is this essentially, right? While if you want to execute it later, you would then want to substitute it. So if in the meantime I change B to be something else, it would still be 4 because it's already set in. You know, I think that's the point. Expert understands variable and script substitution. Okay. Yeah, you can just use the... inside of your thing. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Huh. Expert provides a set of mathematical functions. Sure, so there is both infix and prefix things. Fair enough. Mathematical operators are available as routines in a tickle math op namespace. Oh, so this thing I just described with the plus sign, they apparently do have as well. So you can either let it be evaluated by this expression engine thing, or you can just use it, as I said, like a routine. Sure. Non-numeric values must be quoted, and operators like EQ can be used to excuse me, constrain the operation to string comparison. Non-numeric values. This is again export. I was like, what? Okay. So you always, everything you give to this, you just want to put in braces, because otherwise you can end up with some unexpected behavior. So apparently you can compare things by this and that. Generic operators fall back into string comparison if numeric operation isn't feasible. Okay. Proc creates in routines. I was already about to ask, how do you give it arguments? Apparently just like multiple. Oh yeah, okay, so like this. So proc name of the routine. Why is this the word to create a routine? Anyways, and then in braces, and now I think I start seeing what this was in the beginning with the list unpacking, because as far as I understand, this is sort of like a list then. Just the fact that there's a white space or space here means that you kind of receive a list of things, and it automatically does this in essence. More or less, you get what I'm saying, right? That you receive it as single values, not as a list of things. I think. As noted earlier, braces do not construct a code block. Every value, even a third argument to proc, is a string. The previous command can be rewritten using no brace. Oh, Jesus Christ. I have to say, I don't understand why you can... Every value, even the third argument... sorry, the actual, what you're doing is a string. Yeah, so everything's a string. I will never use this, so I will just ignore this. When the last parameter is the literal value args, all extra arguments passed to the routine are collected into a list and assigned to args. So this is like you can do variadic functions. Okay. So like, yeah, actually same in Python, I believe, that it's also args. I never really like if this is like hard-coded, so you have to use exactly this literal args. You know, if you write args with a Z, it doesn't work. I would prefer if there's some like this or something, or var arg or whatever, but sure. I was about to ask, how do you loop? Here we go. Okay, so we receive CMD first, and then any number of extra arguments of arbitrary types, well, of strings. For each arg args. Set first to be CMD first arc. CMD first. Ah, we loop through the. So you give it. It's like a for each. In. Okay, so it's like very easy for each syntax actually. Okay, that makes sense. So you loop over those and then set first to be the whole thing. Just override this. Oh, that's a bit horrible that you can do that. This is a good thing in most languages. You cannot override your method arguments or function arguments, but well, sure. Fold. Okay. Sure. Conditional execution is implemented as a routine. So even the if statement is a routine. That's... I have to say it's a nice language, even without having code or anything. I do like it. Like, it's very different from anything else I've ever used. So that's pretty cool, but we'll see. I think we're almost done here. Yeah, I'm gonna go like a very little bit further. Yeah, I don't think we need all of this. And then we can do something. So let me just see how to do an if statement, because it is probably going to be useful. Conditional execution is... Okay. So you give it this, and this is then kind of the argument again, and it does evaluate that. Okay, sure. I was about to say, it probably just causes like the implementation of this without having seen it. Probably actually uses this weird expr thing to like figure out what... I don't know. This will never happen. This will also never happen. This will always happen. If, else, sure. Loops are implemented as routines. Pretty cool. The first and third argument to for are treated as scripts, while the second argument is treated as an expression. Come again? First and third argument as scripts? Ah, okay, expression, yes. What I said here. So this is an expression as well. So this is called with expr, I guess, internally in this implementation. And these are just arbitrary things you can do. So we say I is 0 as long as I is smaller than 10, loop or while, and then each iteration do this. Set res to be the expression between res and I, and then unset. Okay, unset. Can delete a variable. Why not? The first argument to while is also treated as an expression. That makes sense. I mean, if you think about it, a while loop, right, is nothing else than a for... Sorry, other way around. A for loop is nothing else than a while loop that also does this each iteration. So if you would do this, actually they do that, more or less. If you would do this in a while loop, you kind of get a for loop, because it will... You get what this for loop is doing, because it just happens to stop at some point, because yeah, every iteration you do what this is doing automatically. That means probably, which is pretty cool to think about, not sure of course, but I think then probably the for loop, as it is in most languages, like under the hood once it's compiled, is actually just a while loop that calls this script at the end of, or calls this script somehow at the end of each iteration, I think. A list is a string, and items on a list are limited by white space. Finally. Find out how that works. Lindex is, or L-index, list index, I guess. Ah, okay, so you just get the first element out of the list, which is 33. If it's 0 index, I guess it is. Why are they using this? White space in a list item must be quoted. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. If a white space is used to... So as far as I can tell, this is very weird. So this, as far as I can tell, is both a string 1 space 2 space 3, as well as a list 1, 2, 3 with elements 1, 2, 3, which is a bit mind-bending. Actually, I want to verify that in a second. Oh, let's look at this last piece here, and then we can do that. Yeah, so if you do need a space, makes total sense that you need to put it in quotes or whatever. Because otherwise it's interpreted as a new element. It's generally a better idea to use list routines when modifying lists. List append inventory, and then is var args, or what is going on here? I guess. Braces and backslash can be used to format more complex values in a list. A list looks exactly like a script, except that the newline character and the semicolon character lose their special meanings. And there is no script of variable substitution. This feature makes tickle homo iconic. I don't know what that is. There are 3 items in the following list. Ah, so these are all the ways that you can... Yeah, honestly, not going to use that for this episode at least. Since like all values, a list is a string operations could be performed on it at the risk of corrupting the formatting of the list. Okay. Use eval to evaluate a value as a script. Ah! Oh! Just makes it even worse what I said in the beginning with the security risk. So you just can give it like arbitrary strings and it just runs them. Okay. This explains now what I said here with the loop, how they could do it, maybe. Because then you can just do eval in the implementation of this and just use a while loop. And do here actually, do this. Eval arc, or you know what I mean? Whatever you received here, because you can just execute it. Interesting. Okay. A list can always be passed to eval as a script composed of a single command. Sure. I think I'm gonna stop right here. I see try catching is probably nice, but if we look at that once we need it. So we're gonna stop right here with this thing and start coding, because that's what you're here for. Right. Let's create in the thing here. Let's create a file. I guess crawler dot. So TCL is the file ending. Sorry. Right. So the first thing before I start doing something is I want to verify what I just said. So if this is both a list as well as a string. So if I do this and say, well, actually CLS, which I learned last episode. Because I'm using Windows, which I'm usually not using for any programming, just for the simple fact that my Windows PC is a lot more powerful to stream. So I had to Google a lot of PowerShell commands. Excuse me, tclsh. And then what's the file called? Crawler. Okay, so at least it works. And now I wonder if I loop. So if I here say set, I don't know, L. Don't worry, I'm not going to use these variables later on. So this is my list. And then I forgot what it was for each. And then the name you want to iterate over. So E for element, let's do that. And then where was that for each? And then here you have to substitute it in, because otherwise it's just a string, right? So if I would not use the $sign here, it wouldn't use the variable, but like interpret this as just being a string, right? That's why I have to do this. Or use this set, whatever, which I'm not gonna do. If I then here do %L, and then say here puts %E, right? Because I want to substitute what I have here, which is each element, into here. Okay, this actually works. I'm happy that I figured out like the super basics apparently. So this is both a list and a string. You can either print it as a string, or the fact that it has spaces is also making it a list. It's a bit mind-bending, but it's cool. I do like it. It's a nice concept. Alright, then that's not what we're gonna do though. Let's get going. Before we do that, I wanna quickly fetch some more to drink. So let's give this a 3-minute break, and then I'm back, and then we're gonna code some tickle. Right, this we don't need anymore. So this is what we're gonna do in 3 minutes. See you then. Hello, I'm back. Let's continue. Right. So I explained in the beginning what we're going to do. So the first step obviously is going to be doing a get HTTP request. Since otherwise we can hardly do anything else. So I will of course use, well, the documentation, but also Google around, like if it makes things easier. So I guess let's do that. TCL HTTP. Yeah. Okay. Get URL. Seems to be what we want. Oh my god, this is a very, very technical documentation, but in general, not too bad if you really want to like figure out how things work. All right, let's see. The HTTP get URL command is the main procedure in the package. The query option is... So if you use query option together with the name get URL, it'll do a post request. And if you do validate, it does a head. Well, that's a bit weird, but sure. I don't have to love it. So we get URL command returns a token value that can be used to get information about the transaction. Right, so that's like the response object. Why is it called token though? Well, okay. Okay, we can do a handler. Might be useful later on. Probably not so much though. All right, let's try this. The question is, how the hell examples? So this is just like that. Okay. Is there some more examples? This is the same for the... By the way, I have version 8.6 installed. Which might be interesting because some things might not have. What is this? Wiki. Apart from the fact doesn't load. Okay, HTTPs is nice. All right, let's see. Simple examples. Yeah, that's one thing I read a couple of times, that this is very popular to build like GUIs, because you can make like native GUIs apparently super easily with this TK package that is more or less bundled with it, which is also used for TK inter for Python. And apparently that's originally coming out of the tickle community. So we're not going to build a GUI, but good to know. Right, I was about to say, do you have to import it? You apparently do. So let's start with that. Right. Package HTTP. And then we just do this to do a request. Right, so let's start here. Our URL, I guess, well, first of all, I said I don't want to use this. Variable, yeah, what are we going to call this? Seed is equal to, and as I said, we're always going to start with the projects page. So let's do a request and get the contents of that. So, yes. So apparently we'll just match the fact that this is HTTP and we imported it, it'll do that. Okay. Let's print it. Puts token. No. Like this, right? Otherwise it just prints, let's try it, but I think otherwise it just prints unsupported URL type. Cannot do an HTTPS request. Okay. Oops. Well, actually, let's go to the HTTPS. This package can be extended to support additional HTTP protocols such as HTTPS, providing a custom socket command. Okay. Take HTTP. This wiki. I think this wiki is gonna serve useful. The core package itself does not feature SCTS protocol. Okay, I kind of get it because it's doing a lot more than just implementing the protocol. Still, it's a bit counterintuitive. The following packages may be used. TLS package. Ah, so you just once call or like set that. Honestly, I'm trying not to do that too much, but in this case, I will just copy paste this because there's no, why should I type it out if I can copy paste it? So apparently you just have to once say, okay, I want to register on top of this that you use this port to do HTTPS or something like that. Let's try that. Let's make it a bit taller. There we go. Right, and as I mentioned, well, either this has the contents token, which I doubt, it literally prints the string. So here, if I do this instead, it does work, but this is not very helpful. Right, let's read a bit. So what I want to do now, of course, is get the body, because I presume this thing, and I don't really know if this how to access things yet. I'm not interested in like the status code or something, which I'm pretty sure is encoded in there as well. Let's see. Body, 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 body. Where is body? Body. Ah, so this is what it returns? Because here it said something about state array. The elements of the returned value is a token for the transaction. The value is also the name of an array in the HTTP namespace that contains state information about the transaction. The elements of this array are described. I'm starting to have the feeling that array they use as like associative array. So like what is a map or a dict in other languages. Tickle array. Yeah, the problem is this is also a string, so I'm not so not so sure if this is array. Oh wait, let's use this wiki. I like this. Key. Yeah, okay, so this is a map. Array is an interesting choice for that, but sure. Unlike a dictionary, an array is not a single value. Instead, the name of the array is used as a handle and it's passed to array commands in order to perform some operation on the array, such as reading the value of some variable, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Is a map. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but pretty similar. Sure. Okay, so this returns me an array. I'll keep calling it array, because if that's what the language calls it, then by all means, I will call it that. But so we get back as part of this the body, and probably like status code and stuff like that. Status, yes. Yeah, we're not interested in that for now. Or maybe we should be, to like say only if we have like a 200 type one, then we'd continue. Well, later. The contents of the URL, yes, this will be empty if the channel option has been specified. We haven't. This value, how do you even specify options? This value is returned by the HTTP data command. This is a convenience procedure that returns the body of the state array. Ah. So what I learned is this is used to evaluate. So when I do this, HTTP data, this will return me the contents of the page. Hey, nice. Okay, that was pretty quick. Nice. Yeah, this seems to be the page. Cool. By the way, please drop me comments in the chat. I'd love to hear what you're thinking, and if you have some, yeah, who you are, where you're from, anything. I'd be interested. Right. This pattern, I don't know if I like so much. Couldn't I then also because here it says it's a convenience procedure. And now you see what I meant. They apparently use procedure and routine interchangeably, which is never a good idea, but sure. Excuse me. So that does mean that I can also access it with this array getting syntax. So if I here say array, so this is the literal array. So can I do this as well? Array. I don't understand if this is this a keyword or is this, no, apparently it's not. Array get. But where do you say the key? Is to wrap an array. Ah, names and values. No. This was used in here though. Let's check it out. This they used this here at some point. Now that I know that this is actually a hash map of sorts. Here, this thing. So you can substitute like that, and then it automatically does like access the key name and give me the value of that apparently. Not sure if this is such a good idea, because this is also, how do you, what if I want to have the string person, open parentheses, name, close parentheses? How does it know when to use an array and when to use the string? Not sure. So let's try that. So if I do token body, it was called, it will also give me the body? No. Variable isn't array. Didn't it say here it's an array? It's a state array. It's probably not exactly the same. I'm just going to use this. It works. That's all we need. All right. Let's see. So that works. Yeah, let's keep it open. Maybe we need it at some other point. That was nice and quick, I have to say. So now what we want to do is get all the links out of this. Let's see. Some languages do have some like something built into. Let's always use this wiki. Yeah. Parsing tools. That's what I meant. Some languages do have something like that built in, because it's after all quite a common task. Module for. Why does it say parsing tools? And the first entry is a module for generating HTML, while there's also generation tools. Yeah, well, HTML parse, tools to parse HTML, that sounds better. So these are just options to parse HTML, even though the first one is not even to parse, but whatever. So one note here, the installation of Tickle that I installed locally here comes shipped with some packages that are commonly used. I have no clue which, and I have no clue if like things I'll find in this wiki are gonna be there. We're just gonna try it out. If it says I don't know this package, I have to figure out how to install things. HTML parses module in the. Oh wait, what are the others? Okay. Can be used to manipulate. Ah, so this is an XML parser, but you can also do HTML. Generating. Who wrote this wiki? Gumbo library. Yeah, this I'm not going to use because I don't want to install some extra. Let's try this. Honestly, sounds like what we want to do. Is there like a documentation can be found here? All right. First of all, question: do we have this? Let's see. This command is a basic parse for HTML. It takes an HTML string, parse it, and it works, la 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 la. It's not necessary for the HTML to be valid. That's good, because it won't always be. If you get a random HTML from somewhere, it will ignore deleting doc type. I don't care. Let's just try it. So let's not print this. But, well, what we should do is... what we should do is sorry, get the data into the body into a variable. So here we say body, that's that, and then we put HTML parse. Parse? What do we parse? What do you give it? So apparently these arguments you can just like do literally like it says here. And I just guessing from other languages, since question marks usually mean optional ones, I guess this means that this is all optional. And then the last one is our HTML. I have to say I do like that it has like a way to name the arguments, because many languages that are very common don't. Body. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so now once again, similar to this thing here, we have to figure out how to like what does it even return? So this is a problem always with like things that are like dynamically typed, such as this, or everything's a script typed, because what does this even return? It does not say anywhere. It looks some sort of... No, honestly, I don't even know what this is. Let's ignore the options, because I don't think we need any of these. Yeah. Debug, no. The command text and strings substitute all escape sequences with the actual characters. No, we don't need that either. It literally doesn't say what this returns. Great stuff. What is this? This command is a wrapper around HTML parse, which takes an HTML string in HTML. What does that even mean? And converts it into a tree containing a logical structure. Ah. What is the point of doing that then? Because you kind of want to have... Well, the thing is, we're not really interested in like the tree structure of the HTML page. So if you would like open this and you know that the fact that this is nested and contains a strong tag, we don't really care about that. We only want the links. But you know, can I iterate over that? Don't really know. The command does not generate a tree by itself, but expects that the caller provided it with an existing and empty tree. Ah, so you have to give it the HTML and not do that, because this is also called HTML. And it says a wrapper around a tree. Tree. How to do a tree. Tickle tree. Always wiki. A tree is an acyclic directed graph structure composed. Yeah, and we know what a tree is in HTML. Yeah, that sounds good. How do you create one? Oh, so there's many implementations of that. Ah, I should have just read a bit further. It also expects that a specified tree object follows the same interface as tree object in TCL tickle lib struct. It doesn't have to be, but it provides the same interface. Right, so there's very many tree implementation. Makes sense. Some might be faster than others or whatever. And this is apparently the default one, the standard library one. Sure. Let's use the standard library one, because first of all I will have it installed. Second of second of all, I don't know which other to use. So apparently this is also built in, and as we saw anyways, it is there, otherwise you could have not run this. Nice. I see like version 2. I think we have a struct tree, it said here. How do you create a tree? It has very many features. Holy. Just gonna Google. Create tree. Examples. Very good. Yeah, but well, maybe it says here. This also looks like a better documentation because this is not right. Let's see. Struct tree. The command creates a new tree object. Nice. With the associated global command whose name is tree name. So you do. Ah, right. So you do this to create a tree. Why don't you use set? Sure. Let's do that. We use a tree and call it HTML, maybe? Why does this not? Well, I'll just give it take it as a given thing, even though I find it a bit confusing. So this was HTML parse and then this tree function. Ah, crap! I closed it. Tickle HTML parse. Why can I not type normally? Web scraping. Okay, we're not gonna look at that. HTML parse, right? So we wanted this one to get the tree to tree. The name is and you give it your HTML and then the tree. So body HTML. Now if we print, well, this we don't need anymore. So if we let's try the set thing for once. Why not? Oh wait, what am I doing here? I need to give it a name like this to evaluate it. No, wait. Oh wait, this is. So you give it something and it just, so you don't need a variable at all because this is already a variable. I never liked this pattern, honestly, to create something, to give it inside and then don't receive anything back, but also just, you know, it's like a pointer of sorts. It's okay. Let's give it a shot. Invalid command. The thing is, tickle 8.2. Do I have to require the tree? Oh, do I have to import? I probably have to import it. That's probably just it. Require struct, I guess. No such variable while executing set HTML. Yeah, let's not use this then, I guess. Ay, what's going on today? So this didn't do the job. So variable HTML. I don't like this because it's already imported. Are there examples in this page? Ah, right, we already looked at them. Tree. This is that page. Tja. So tree command creates a new tree object with the associated global TCL command whose name is tree name. This command may be used to invoke various operations on the tree. It has the following general form. Ah, wait, I think I understand. So this, the only thing this does with the tree name thing is that it also registers it as a command. So you still have to put it into a variable, so like this. Then this. Is this optional? Tree name. Doesn't have a question mark. Okay, I will just use the same ones, but if that is really the case, this is very confusing that you can use 2 separate ones. I think that's how I understand it. Yes. Okay, that's funky. I'm not even going to try what happens if I call one different than the other, because in the global namespace, I also don't even want that. Can I just do this? Oops. No. Oh, this has to be like this, because otherwise... But why did it work beforehand? Hey! Okay, so you don't need to give it that, which I don't want anyways, because I don't want anything to be in a global namespace. Sounds scary. Right. So now I say, create a variable that is a tree. This makes a lot more sense like this. Looks more logical. And then I pass it a pointer, which I don't like, but it's okay. And the body. And then we have a tree. Okay, nice. Let's find all the A tags, shall we? The internal callback does some basic HTML validity and tries to recover from the most basic errors. Nice. This command walks a tree and generates by HTML tree and removes all the nodes which represent visual tags and not structural ones. The purpose of this command is to make the tree easier to navigate without getting bogged down in visual information or to search. Sounds helpful. Its only argument is the name of the tree to cut down. I'm just gonna use it if it comes for free. HTML, like this, I guess, right? Why is it not just an argument though, that you can say like remove or something instead of calling these other things that just mutate your thing? Whatever. Like HTML pass, this command is here to cut down the size of GS generated. It removes all nodes representing form and form elements. I mean, we're gonna ignore them anyway, but sure. I think it is time to start putting this into like a function of sorts. Also because we haven't done that yet. Right, so that was proc. Name of the function, so that is like... how do they call them? Is it like... Oh no, you can use like camel case, okay. Well, you can anyways, but what's common? I mean, camel case apparently. Get... get URL HTML or something like that. Then the arguments was like this. Is only the URL. And then here we say essentially all of this. Wait, is this URL now? Variable body. And then at the end here, we just say return HTML. Do we have to do it like this, I presume? How did they do it here? Return. Yeah, you have to. Otherwise, it returns a string called HTML. Very dangerous. This makes such easy bugs. You know, forget this. Oops, now it returns something entirely different. Interesting. Right, now we print. We print this, which is get, and call it with that. Hey, nice. So this works. That's pretty cool. That I'm pretty happy already with. Nice. Right. This I'm just gonna leave here at the top because we need to call it only once. The seed I'm not gonna hardcode later on, I guess, but for now, fine. So let's continue coding here. Okay. Let's try to like iterate around variable HTML. puts HTML. Wait, why does this not work anymore? Oh, no, no. I was about to say, do you have to like first declare them and then call it? I think it's one of these languages that doesn't... Yeah, because it's interpreted, probably it just goes from top to bottom. So if it never seen this, I think it's one of these languages. Oh, I hate when that's the case. That you have to like take care which order to put things. It's pretty much in all interpreted languages, I think, because it's not. This doesn't have a compile step. There's no good other way to do it, I guess. Well, not all, but many. Right. I saw while scrolling around that you can like iterate through the tree. Somewhere I saw like some with breath first search. This pre-order BFS, DFS, so this is probably defs and breath. But let's see what things it has. What can we do? So, so you call the functions on your tree name. So like this. Like this. It's quite... I mean, it does make a lot of sense because this is how we would use, like in OO languages, how you would use it. You wouldn't say like tree and then give it a tree and then do something. It's just also very ugly. So I appreciate that this is possible, but it is a bit funky because this is also no routine apparently. And don't forget, we didn't even use this weird syntax here with like registering it in the glow namespace. So I'm not quite sure what that's how that's gonna work. Nice, I got a comment. Hey man, good stuff, but you might get more views and traction if you use different language like Go, Erlang, Python, etc. Yeah, very good point. But I don't know. I heard a lot of good stuff about Tickle, so I thought I'm gonna use it for the first one. But it is a good point. I totally agree with you. There's nothing I cannot disagree. Go and Python I used a lot in my previous jobs, so those probably do not really qualify as nicely as well for gonna wanna explore the language together with the audience. Erlang though, I used for like half an hour, some point years ago, so that's nice idea. But yeah, I appreciate the comment, and I think next episode let's do something more popular than Tickle, which I think no one knows, or little people know. Thanks for your comment though. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? Like, roughly in the world. Alright, let's continue. Yes, iterating. Let's see what this offers. So, let's go with like something easy first. Nodes. And then also we have to put... So this should print us... Oh, I haven't even read it. I just assumed this is how it works. Nodes, where is it? Returns a list containing all nodes. Yeah, that's... I only have 2 nodes? Oh, okay. Root. No, what? All nodes. I saw leaves very quickly. So they make a distinction between nodes and leaves. Okay. Right, so root is... Okay. Sure. Yes, let's try this walking here that I saw. Where is it? Walk. Perform a breadth first or depth first walk of the tree starting at the node. Okay. The type of walk, breadth first or depth search, is determined by the value of type. Right. Walk. And then hyphen? Is this how you do this? But there's some examples. No, but those don't use it. It's gonna give it a shot. Type. It doesn't really matter because we just need to see everything. Yeah, BF. It doesn't matter. We just want to see everything anyways. Okay, and the order pre-post both is determined by order. I don't care. Pre-order is default. That's fine. Ah, what's the default for the other one? Depth first is default. Yeah, then let's use BFS. And then you give it walk. Ah, so you have to do this. And then a script. That is a weird syntax. Hey, from India, nice. That's pretty cool to have such a global, global audience. Nice. That's a weird syntax. I do agree. Wait, so first of all, node. I think before we forget that, yeah, what is actually the node? This sounds useful. Returns the name of the root node. So what I don't understand here, once again, and I don't like so far, that's one of my main criticisms, because it's not statically typed, right, and everything's a string. What is type of node, you know? Could I here, apparently this thing is called as root, but is this just what it prints? Sure, could I do this? I don't know. What I will do now, so we don't have some weird bug, is... I think... Wait, how's it called? Root name? It's gone. Root name. Root name. But as far as I understand, you can interpret this, and then it will put it, you know, whatever the result is into that. Now I realized that we don't want to print the walk, obviously, just do something. And now here I saw that the last argument is script, which if I understood correctly is like doing this. And it's essentially just, you can just do arbitrary things, you know. Another thing I wonder about, what is like the node we're currently on? Ah, loop var. Holy. Node, I guess. So let's try it. Puts node. I mean, it's not too bad once you've seen it. Yeah, not sure if I like this syntax either. I agree with you. Seems to work. Why do we have only 2 nodes though? That is a bit weird, but let's see. Right, so what we want to do now, if we go back to here, we want to find everything as an A tag. Given that we only have 2, this seems a bit like there's some bug in this. We'll see. Let's try anyways. So, what is this? This is truly not just a string. Right. So we get this tree. So I guess let's check here how to... Ah, what did I see there? Wait, where did I saw this? Ah, here. Returns a value associated with a key from the node. So it's apparently you can have like key value pairs in there. And getter returns a dictionary containing the attribute for the node. Yeah, let's use that. So I want to know just like what are my key value pairs. And then apparently you do it also like this, right? That you like call it on that essentially. Yeah, tree name. Get all of, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Get all of node, and I guess then I have to do it like this again. So it uses this and not the string. Takes some getting used to. And that doesn't work. Wait, why do we have to... Oh, I just scrolled up very far. But let's try that again. Invalid command name root. What? Invalid command name root. Invoked from within. Do you have to do it like this here? No, right? That makes no sense. Oh, I did node HTML because yeah, okay. I want to look it up on the tree. Ah. Type root data body type PC data. Yeah, so we definitely don't get the entire page because this has only two nodes. So here let's do some good old print statement debug because I have no clue how to use a debugger if it even works. And I also don't want to Google it now because that's probably yeah, sure. Body. Let's see if we even get this entire page if there's some issue. No, so we do get all the A tags and everything. So something about this parsing is not right. Is this order correct? Or is it these things maybe? Let's not do that. Maybe they strip away what we actually needed. We have more things, but only one that not really interested in either. Is there a way to get like... Yeah, there was some way to get like all the nodes. Yeah, nodes, right? So let's do that actually. HTML nodes. Even a stack trace. Yeah, it's not even a stack trace, right? It's just like giving some stuff. I do like the language so far because it's just different, you know? But it's, yeah, so far a bit clunky to use. Maybe we shouldn't print everywhere, otherwise we're gonna get very confused how this is supposed to work. Right. So already here we do not have the tree as we expected to. I guess let's go back to this parsing thing quickly and see if I missed something here. This command is a wrapper around HTML parse, which takes an HTML string and converts it into a tree. It's a wrapper around. The one thing I was wondering, do you have to give this the string? It says HTML string, or do you have to give it whatever the hell this returned? Let's give it a shot. I doubt it, honestly, but... so this would be body parse body. Do it like this. Ah! What is the sentence? This one's a wrapper around parse. If I see wrapper around something, I assume this is calls it in the process. Apparently you have to call like 100 things after another. Sure, whatever. So you first have to parse, then give that to tree, and then optionally remove these things. Because what is even the data type of this? We don't know. Is there a way to find this out? I really dislike that it's like, what does this return? Like, you don't know. In this case, at least, it was quite useful because it said very clearly, this returns a state array and you have all the things here. Still a bit weird, but fair enough. But the other one, no one knows. Let's try that again. Aha. No, but this prints. Wait, we only still have this. Oh, I noticed what I did. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I wrote here body, which would mean that I would interpret the string. Oh no. I think that's a problem. Because then this whole sentence would make sense again, but this is a wrapper around something else. Why would you have to call... Oh no. If this is it... How do you detect these bugs of missing $signs? Yes, okay. Oh, yo. I need to drink something. Cool. moving on to the next problem. Once again, what is the data type? Like, what is the data type of the node? And it's just key value pairs, I think. Is this like the keys and this is the values? I think so. Data type. Ah, nice. So we can use if type is A, then we get back what is the data. Not too shabby. How do you get a key? I mean a value to a key. Where was this? Here. Wait, I have this open twice now. That's not good. Also, by the way, the syntax, design-wise. Maybe a linter or something. Yeah. I guess this was to the question of how do you detect these bugs. I agree. Tree name get node key. Okay, let's give it a shot. Tree name get node and key now is a string, right? Which we don't need the quotation marks. So type. Looks very funky. I guess now we should get always this. Yes, nice. And this is just a tag. So this is just if we open it here. Yeah, okay. Just kind of nice. So let's say variable type is that. And then we can say if, oh no, wait, it was just like this, I think. If type is equal to A, then we do a list. Fun little project idea. Linter for tickle to check those touches. You're onto something. I like it. Maybe some other day. It's a nice, fun side project. I'm gonna check actually not now, but later. I'm gonna check if there's some way to like lint these things because makes for funky bugs otherwise. So what do we actually want to do? I guess we want to have a list here and collect into it variable hyperlinks or something like that. How do you do a list? Because I was about to say, is this a list or this? Because there's probably some other way. Tickle list. Lists. Yeah, but wait, this page, data structures 101. Yes. Makes a list of the arguments. I think that's what we want. And seeing that all of these are optional, I guess I can just write list. It doesn't detect it as anything. So I'm not sure. Yeah, let's try. So if it's an A tag, we do lapend, I saw here somewhere on this other page. Wait, list tutorial or something, I don't know. At this page I didn't like. Data structures, nah. Somewhere I saw lapend. Aha. Append creates a variable named varname. If it does not exist, appends each value to the list sorted in varname and returns. Yeah, so you give it a list and then what you want to append. Does nothing but fail if list name is not well-formed list. So we want to append to hyperlinks our... and I guess like this, yeah. Our node. And then let's here just do puts, oh no, we can do it like this, hyperlinks. Let's see. Nope. Right, let's see. Ooh. An expression type equals a should be type or type or type or. Is the problem? Yeah, of course. Again, this is gonna be the only bug I make all day, apparently. Still doesn't work though. Should be. No, the A is the problem. Or A or A. I thought you can just. So what I thought, okay, everything's a string if it's so you don't need the quotation marks. Makes me wonder if you here now do need them because it's passed to this expression thing, I guess. Let's see. Nice stuff, man. I know you're exploring new languages, but would love to see something in Java, Go, or any widely used language. Yes. I mean, I'll do that another time. Golang I haven't used for so long that I think that actually is a very good candidate. Yeah, let's do that. Good luck. Thanks a lot. I hope I see you around. Yeah, so I'll just wrap it in a literal string. It does compile now, but it doesn't. There's some spam again. Yeah. Wait a second. Let me repair that. How can YouTube like not detect that by itself? It's a bit of a. It's a bit weird. You would think that this is kind of easy to detect. Maybe it's not. Give me a second. Sorry. So this. Yes, there we go. Gone it is. Sorry for that. So there's nothing on our list. That is weird. L append hyperlinks node if type is A. And we definitely saw something being. Maybe this is not how you do it. Tickle equals. Yeah, because I also saw people using like EQ. I was about to say, but yeah, I have type in a variable. Okay. Wait, okay, let's do something else. Let's print it here first and see if you know, something works. Puts type. I don't know. Something. Okay, that works. The if statement works, just that the appending to the list doesn't work. Okay, let me see. What we did wrong there. Maybe this doesn't actually create a list, so we also don't append anything. Tickle create empty list. How to create an empty list? Yes. You can use list with no arguments instead of that compiles to the same thing. Okay. Yeah, that was what I was about to ask at the beginning. Can you do an empty string and it's an empty list as well? Apparently it is. Funky stuff. Still empty though. So something about the append doesn't work. Maybe I'm actually wrong here because I did see on the wiki, wherever it is here, that this has tutorial. Maybe that is actually the list, but we already were on this page, right? I don't know, it's a bit different. How do I add up to this? Can't be that hard. Adding and deleting members from list. Hallelujah. appends the args to the list in variable var name, treating each arg as a list item. That's what we did. Concatenate the args into a single list. No, we needed l'append, so that's fine. Maybe not like this, but what sense would that make? Why? Ah, okay, this is just the argument. Okay, I do understand. So if I do it like this, the reason that it doesn't work actually does make sense, because it is like replaced with your empty list, which is empty string. So what this tries to do then is append to the variable named empty string this. There is no variable named empty string, so nothing happens. Nothing is appended, and this is empty because we never touched it. Fair enough. Right. The names of the nodes are great stuff, but at least this works. Cool. Yeah, the thing that here is we don't really need a node, but what we actually need, now that I think about it, is HTML get node. Was it data? I believe. Yes, nice. So we have all the links. The thing that is interesting though is that all of these are like, they literally take it out of there. So yeah, but sorry, what I meant is like it doesn't parse it any further as from the looks of it. Maybe it does. Also, oh no, we not only get the href, we get like everything, so all the other HTML tags as well. So we do have to do some manual parsing. Let's go back to the parsing library and have a look after I delete even more of this lovely spam. Very annoying. Right. Yes, let's go back to this parsing library, wherever it was. Did I close it again? No. What do we have here? Each node in a generated tree represents one tag in the data, in the input. The name of the tag is stored in the... Okay, if you do read the documentation a bit more closely, it does mention what the setup of the nodes are, but honestly, like, just in like plain text, I would like a table would be a bit nicer or something, a bit, you know, like a bit more structured. Any HTML attributes coming with the tag are stored unmodified. Oh, in the data of the tag. In other words, the command does not parse HTML attributes into names and values. I mean, to be fair, we got a lot of stuff for free. I mean, last time in the zeros episode, so to say, with Kotlin, I did all of this manually. So I cannot, it's not too bad, but right. Let's make a procedure out of this. Parse HTML3 or something like that. And we give it HTML3. And then we drop all this stuff inside of here. And then at the end we return the hyperlinks. Although I do want to, you know, make them a bit more... Wait, this is actually not parsed then. This is the parsing happens here. This is find all hyperlinks. That is what it is. And in here we say find all hyperlinks with get URL with seed. So this should give us the same name thing, and it doesn't. Can't read seed. No. Here. Oh. Yeah, never mind. We here already get the tree. So this is HTML3. Yeah. Can't read HTML. Oh, we use it somewhere else. Oh yeah, here. Nice. Okay, back to where we started. Oh, by the way, what I should do is commit this stuff. I almost forgot about that. So let's maybe do it a bit more so you can follow it at home. A bit more structured. So this is request HTML of web page. And then we add this stuff here at the end. All right. And this still works. Cool. Then let's continue with trying to parse this apart. I think we do need regexes by this point, because the only problem that I saw is that here indeed we sometimes get like, or not, well, depending on the tag, we get like everything, not just the href. Otherwise you could have done like split by the equal sign or some shit and get the following things, but that doesn't really work at this point because you might have other things. So you kind of need to find, yeah, here for instance, you have like some style crap. Tickle regex. So there is a regex engine built in, it seems. Let's see. Finds the first occurrence of a word starting with foo in a string that is not actually an instance of foo bar, and get the letters following it to the end of the word. Okay, so this is just the regex. You search in that, and it... What is this? Note that the whole match substring has been placed in a variable, which is a name. No. So you first get like the match of... wait, not the whole match string has been placed in the first arc, and then the other matches, I guess, in like var arcs or something like that. Let me see, what is the actual... Yeah, here. Submatch var, dot, dot, dot. Ah, in match var. Holy shit. So this they just did to discard it, like you would do an underscore in other languages. Not a fan. Looks like it is some actual syntax, but it's actually not. I don't like that. Also because now this just has a value after all. It's just a variable. That's a bit weird. Well, arguably if you use an underscore it's the same, but this looks like you'd use it for something, right? It looks like syntax. Well, whatever. Yeah, let's try that. Let's put this into a variable, I guess. Links, I don't know. Cool. This, let's see in a moment. So here... Wait, no. Let's put links and do this stuff. I'm gonna do it in here because I cannot really do anything with these hyperlink objects. So here we don't append that yet, but we do variable tags or something like that. So these are the tags that you got out of, so like each of these. So we have the text and we want to do regex on that text, and this are dislike, so I hope underscore is not reserved for something else. I'm going to do it like that. And here, do you have to define these beforehand? Or is it just creating the variable on the fly? I don't know. Puts match 1. I don't know. Let's not print something here. And yeah, not foobar. So yeah, let's do like a proper regex. We might steal it from our like last endeavor where I already wrote like a regex for this. So let's get something here that contains like many things like this. It's actually a good example because it's a very long, ugly looking string. Although this is a list of things, I think, right? So I only really like I only really care about that, I think. Let's see. Yeah, which engine? I don't know. Href equals, and here we want like without case insensitive, because we also allow href uppercase. And then I think I need to steal from the other thing because I don't want to write that all again. There was, I think, in here, and I'll drop the link. Yes, let's check it out. Oh, we still have it here actually. Still though, let's do that. If the link still works, it does. So let's get this. We do the all A tag. Yeah, we don't need that. Yes, so does detect it. Nice. And I'm gonna reuse this obviously. And this is the match and the two groups. So I think we want the second group. So if I get this, so if you, because it might be super confusing. In the first episode, obviously I also needed, well, not obviously, but I do needed a lot. I did all this parsing myself because there was nothing built into Kotlin and I didn't want to use a library. So I wrote a regex in that live stream back then, which took quite some time, and explained how I wrote it and stuff. So if you're interested, first of all, how to write it or not even know what regexes exactly are, I'm gonna give a quick rundown now. But if you're interested, then watch that first live stream. It's in the very beginning. Also added timestamps, so you can still watch it. Not now, later on. Right, so the idea, if you never used it before, of a regex is a regular expression that you can, have some like expression here. And it's a custom language with all sorts of funky looking characters that tries to find in a given string, in a given text that you give it, tries to find patterns. And you define what the patterns are. So what we're just defining here, let's quickly walk through it, that it starts, it's just href equals, then either a single quote or a double quote, and we remember this as a capturing group. Not too important what it is by now, but we remember what we matched here, either this or that, and remember the character. Then we look up that it starts with HTTP and slash. Wait, why did I do that? Ah, no, I remember. Yeah, if you have a local, there was an example here, like this, where you just refer to the same page, then you still want to get them. That does make me wonder that you actually can also do just like that, so that it won't find them. Let's ignore them for now. So you either match something that starts with HTTP or with just a slash, which would refer to stuff on your same URL, domain, sorry. And it's any of these characters. And then what this does is like it matches any other character, like anything, because of course this URL will contain arbitrary characters, at least one up to unlimited amount of times. Meaning that this can be an arbitrary long URL, and we match just every character until we see \1, which refers to the first capturing group. So the first capturing group, if you remember back, is this one. So the whole point of this thing at the end is that whatever we matched here, either single or double quote, it places for us again at the end of the expression. So this is just a trick essentially. Otherwise, you again have to copy this and say, okay, now match again the single or double quote. The thing though is, if you start with a double quote, you have to end with a double quote, and other way around in HTML. I think so, at least. Well, probably it works without as well, but so this will just make sure what you started with the character also ends. And that's all I'm gonna say about this, because otherwise this takes way too long again. So if we take this and put it into I think this is one of the few reasons why I would want to use a global variable. So this is the hyperlink regex. Now I saw that here they did like... What is this actually? Matches the character with... So this literally matches that. No, that cannot be. Oh, maybe it does. Yeah, and let's put it into this, so it's a string. Let's hope it works. Right, so here we say $, of course. No. Oh, can you inline things here? Do you have to give it the string like there? I hope not. That would be... I think I cannot deal with like this being a variable. We'll see. Probably can. Hyperlink regex. There we go. And let's print full whatever. I don't care. Full match, match 1, match 2. And then we do one match 2. Nah. Would have been too nice if that works out of the box. If variable tags. Wait, what is the actual error? I don't like that you can not scroll in here pretty much at all. Right. Hyperlink no, regex no such variable. Yes. And it's not like we need it at any other places, so whatever. I'm just gonna inline it. I don't like it per se, but sure. Hey, nice. Cool. Yeah, this looks very good. Some of these are not really links even, but fair enough. So the thing that we now have to take care of is that if it does start with a slash, we need to append the own URL at the beginning, you know, because otherwise it's not a URL anymore. Which is gonna be, yeah. So let's combine these things. What I'm trying to say is let's call one from the other, because otherwise we don't know anymore what the URL was. But, well, actually, let's first commit this, because it does work after all. But here we want to say l'append. Now I have to remember again, this was the variable name as a string. And match 2. And what I want to do directly here is, this can be empty, of course, if it didn't match anything. So I guess you only want to match that if it actually contains something. So like, what will this give if it didn't match anything? Just empty string, I guess. Oh, we need the switches. We need here, no case. I almost forgot. And just dump them at the beginning. Okay, so like this. Yeah, like this. How do you say, like, what will it be? This thing be if it doesn't match it? What is inline doing? Cause the command to return as a list the data that would otherwise be placed in match variables. Ah. Match variables may not be specified if used with all. The list will be concatenated at each iteration such that the flat list is always returned. For each match iteration, the command will append the overall match. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, I do like this more, that you get a list back instead of like these variables, but it makes no difference in this case. Tickle string empty. I don't know. Well, okay. So here I would want to say that if match to, I saw not equal, well, I'm just gonna use this, that I saw is a thing, is not equal to empty string, then we append to the list. Because of course it can be that it is simply not matching the regex, which might be, in which case this would, I hope, be empty string or null, I guess. Honestly, I think in this language it's very likely empty string. Cool, let's commit this stuff. At hyperlink search. Something like that. Cool. Let's continue. So now we have our hyperlinks here, but what I still want to do is add the URL in the front if it is not, how do you say, if it's not an absolute hyperlink to somewhere. So we're gonna call this from here and say variable body. No, what is this returns already the HTML? Never mind. Oh, we have to call this anyways. HTML tree is equal to get real HTML with URL. Right. Now here we can get rid of this. Ah, used the wrong one, but that's okay. Like this. And I guess let's print this out. Cool. So now here we again need, there's maybe some better way to do it with if statements, but I don't know it. Oops. Yet at least. So if match to, yeah, something like starts with fast message checking a string starts with a specific character, a string match. What? Okay, I'm just gonna accept that as, so string I understand is a routine, but why the hell can you just, why is it not like this? You get what I'm saying? Because in the other ones it was, never mind. If it starts with a slash, wait, what did I do here now? Are the yes, they're balanced again. Okay. If it starts with a slash, then else we do something else. So else, if it doesn't start with a slash, we know that it must start with HTTP because that's the only two options. So that means in that case we just append it. Actually, no, wait, appending we anyways need to do so that we can just do it like this. And if it does start with a slash, sorry, then we say variable match to is match to, and in front of it we put, let's do it like this. Yeah, now we get the how to nicely do this, the URL without the last slash at the end, which we don't know if it will be there. Do we give it here? Yeah. TCL strip string, I don't know. You know, I want to remove like the, yeah, trim, maybe that. Replaces substrings in a string. Wait. This is not gonna work anyways. This is not gonna work anyways because later on when we get like full URLs, you know, like this, we need to find out what this part was specifically and then append it there. This just happens to end in like a slash, so that will actually not work anyhow. Which makes me wonder if for now I should just ignore this case and add it later if we really need it. Give me a second to think what's the best thing to do, because if we don't want to collect the statistics, which would be nice, we anyways need to parse this apart into its pieces. How did I do that in the Kotlin one? Where did I do that actually? Here? Yeah, parse domain. I did it just with like substring before and so on. Okay. Yeah, I doubt this has that, but we will see. Okay, let's do the following. Let's first try to get the crawler actually going, so it crawls, it does something, and then we add the statistics and this feature, which means that for now we're gonna comment this. Well, I don't like commenting it out. Well, yes, if we anyways need it again. And actually, sadly, remove this from here, because then we only want to match stuff that starts with HTTP, because then we know at least it's a valid URL, right? So here we return our hyperlinks, and now this should give us all the links. And it doesn't. If can't read match to. Why not? It's right there. Can't read match to, no such variable. Oh, so maybe in the case that it isn't matched, the variable's just not there. So it's not empty string, it's just not there. Tickle check if variable exists. I exist and is defined. And it returns a 0 or a 1. But are undefined. This can happen, for example. No. When so one of the variable exists and is defined. The other thing I thought you could do, which you might be, let's check it actually, is you do this and only give it that, because that would return it. Maybe then it returns an empty string. No. Yeah, it just doesn't know that the variable, well, it just doesn't exist. Okay. So here, info, what is it called? Exists. Match to is, so if it is equal to 1, it exists and it is defined. Yes. Now we have our URLs. Nice. Yeah, that looks very ugly because it is a list, right? And the list is just space delimited. So, but it does work. Cool. That looks good. Then here, by the way, we can say like let's give it a bit better names, because match to is like, what is that even? URL? No, this we already used here. Link. I don't like it that much either, but well. Quotation quote or something. So this is like the character that it matched, either this or that. Right. Now we want to actually do something with our links, which is visit all of that link, of those links, which if we go back here, this is usually very nicely doable with a regular first in, first out queue, right? Because if you consider you start with this, put this into the queue, and then get all the links on that page and put all of those into your queue as well in like append at the end, and then you you just loop while your queue is not empty and you always pop out the first element, you automatically get to this one. You add these two, you move further because that was the next one in line. That has no children, fair enough. You go here, add these other two. And then the next in line was actually 5. So you see you get automatically this breadth first approach with these values in this order as they're numbered here. So you do it like level by, or layer by layer, or whatever you want to call this. Which is why I'm going to Google tickle queue to try to do that. Although, let's clean up a bit. Like HTTP, we probably don't need anytime soon. This parsing, this neither. I want to keep this. This we might still need. Yeah, whatever. Queue. Standard library. Struct I already imported, right? So these are all like the built-in data structures. That's cool. So let's do a let's do a queue and not call it queue. This, good to see, does work exactly like I did it at the end with this tree. So that's nice. Right, a queue. We call this yeah, I guess hyperlinks is why not? Hyperlinks is fine. And let's do this. So we want while. Oh, did I use it here? While. What is this doing? Documentation. Where the hell is the documentation? Here we go. Why are all these docs broken? Out of date. Yeah, that's... Well, I don't know. Out of date doesn't sound... Also, these are like all the... Queue. Yeah, let's just use this. So a bit older version, but that's fine. I guess. I hope. Right, we have get, returns the front count of the and removes it, and we have peak, so this is very similar to all languages. Probably it doesn't remove it, right? So in each iteration, we want to get the first one. Unget. Put the item into the queue at the front, right? Okay. The namings. Put the item into the queue, and you can do multiple. Okay. And here, once again, you do it like the HTML thing that you can like execute it on your structure. Okay, that's already the whole API, sure. Returns the number of items in the queue. All right. So here we simply do while hyperlinks with this size is larger than 0, unequal to 0. Well, doesn't matter. We do something. And here we want to, of course, add one thing at the beginning. So we say hyperlinks put seed. Right? Now we need to do this inside. All right. Right. I don't like this. Let's call this to visit or something. Or links to visit. Who the fuck cares that it's a hyperlink? Anyways, a bit of outdated terminology, I guess. Right, so here we want to pop it out now. So we say variable link is equal to hyperlinks get nothing, right? Just get how many we want. Count must, if count is not specified, it equals, it defaults to 1. That's perfect. So here now we use our link to get all the links. And now we want to add all of those to the list. So I liked what I saw, and I don't know where that is now. TCL Wiki. No. This one. This tutorial wasn't too bad. It's still like add all or something like that. Concatenates the arcs into a single list. Concatenates the arcs. Yeah, I don't think there's like an add all type of thing. I'm just gonna loop for each. I have to think how it was. Like this, right? Maybe let's call this visited, because we call this new links. For link in new links, we do this links to visit put. It was put, right? And then you can give it the items. So like this. For each link in the new links, we put each link into the links to visit. Right, and now if we, so we can do something here, say, sorry, could do something, see something, I meant, sorry. Here we say puts visited $ visited. We should be seeing that. Let's see. No. Hyperlinks, not so terrible. Yeah, that's probably an easy fix. Where though? Hyperlinks get. Ah, yeah. I should the thing is, due to the fact that this is just some plugin for Visual Studio Code, you cannot like have some automatic renaming because the plugin would need to support it, which I think it doesn't. So I have to manually do this search and replace, which is ugly and I wouldn't do usually, but yeah, no other option really. Right, let's try that again after I took a sip of water. Nice. Nice. We have a working, albeit pretty useless, web crawler. Now you already see a first problem. We are stuck in some sort of circle. Well, not circle, a cycle, but there's a lot of same URLs. Right, so the first thing I would say we do is commit this. You know, I was about to say something else, but then I realized that we should do that first. Add endless crawl loop. And let me commit this in case you would like to see this while watching a live stream. By the way, drop me some comments still if you have some question or something. Right. Let's continue. So what I would want to do now is put this stuff into a set, the ones we saw, such that we don't visit the exact same ones again, because that is currently the case. So here maybe let's make one that's called variable visited links. A set would be nice, not a list, right? So there were the data structures here, right? Set. It surely has a set, yes. Probably struct set and then, oh wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Simdiff different, nice. I'm just gonna take an educated guess, as the teachers in my school always said, and assume that it works like that. Yeah. Wait, is it really how it works? We have to do empty. It exports only a single. So a command seems to be like this, the thing itself, and then you call it. Oh, and now I realize, you know, earlier when I said here, how the hell is this string match? This is actually like the. This is exactly the same as like get or put or whatever on the queue. So this is the command, it's just called string. Okay. No, returns indicating if it's empty or not. Yeah, so then this is probably how you create an empty one. And then each time we visited something, we want to say visited links. I don't know, add or something. The element is added to the set specified by the variable in svar. The return value of the command is empty. This is equivalent to l'append for sets. If the variable named by svar does not exist, it will be created. In that case, I will just use l'append because that is weird. No, but what? Add all the element grade of set are added to the set specified by the variable. Ah, you can add set into other sets. Yeah, no, we don't need that. So like this, and then without $, we learned, right? Because otherwise it unboxes that, so to say. Or like you know, wraps it up, unwraps it. Visited. And let's call it, I guess, visited link, because yeah. And then here we want to say if oh no, wait a second. First we have to put this into a variable. No. Well, it's not even visited, it's kind of still to visit, right? To link to visit. And then this we should only do once we actually... Yeah, no, let's do it here, because I was about to say we do it only once we actually visited the website, but if it fails for whatever reason, we don't want to retry it either, so we just treat it as being visited at that point. This, though, we can log here, because that is when we actually visited it. Right. So before we do our request, we want to check if we already saw this link. If wait, now I messed something up here a lot here. Link to now everything is broken. Visited links to visit, links to visit, this link to visit, link to visit. Right. No, it's fine, I think. Sorry for that. If our link to visit exists in the set, which is... I saw exists, I think, or something like that. Contains, probably. Contains. Where the hell is it? Contains. Right, so here we say visited links. $, visited links, contains. If the set contains the... Wait, so here it works differently and you give it the set? Or what? Wait, are there examples? Of course there are none. So here you do this, struct set contains, and then the set, and then as a variable or not, no one knows. the set contains the element item true or not. Well, I mean, the item I know is gonna be... And by the way, we should do that here, not after we edit it. And then we want to like continue. Honestly, I'm just gonna try if this is a thing before googling it. So the set, my set visited links. I'm not sure if I do need to do it like this now or like that. Intuition tells me like this. Command args. Oh, so you do it like that. What the hell? I mean, it would be super inconsistent API if it wouldn't work like that. Oh yeah, wrong number amount of args should be struct set command arg while executing. Oh, that already doesn't work. How do you create a set with nothing? Jesus, tickle create set. If that is not how it works, then how does it work? No, oh, now I get like, yeah, this built-in command. Oh. God damn it. How the hell? Yeah, I know, but... How do I create a set? Come on, can't be that difficult. Script to create element sets. No, I don't want to download some arbitrary bullshit. No, let's just ignore that. Tja. Well, let's read the message. Maybe it gives us some information. Yeah, should be. But how do I create one? If this is how I create a queue, why the hell is this not how I create a set? This makes like no sense. No sense. Maybe this page has the answer. It doesn't. I mean, I can do a list, but it's super useless because I'm not interested how often we visit it. Also, it's going to be very slow to see it do a contains because it's linear runtime because there's no hashing going on. Create set. Create a set. No. Data structures 101. Ah, yeah, data structures 101. That actually sounds not too bad. Set. Data. I like that it's called data structures 101, the list. But that's the only data structure that's discussed. Oh no, associative arrays. Which is this funky stuff? I mean, come on, this cannot be so difficult. It's... I mean, I'm just going to use a list now because I don't care if it's particularly slow or anything. It still makes me a bit annoyed that this is so confusing, but sure. Yeah, I don't care. How do you check if something is contained in a list? Tickle list contains. else search. Okay, how do you do that? Is there any examples? Yes. I can see if 2 is, and you get back the index. Okay, so you just do like is anything else but -1, I guess, if you don't find it. Yeah, -1 is returned. Is not found. Okay. Yeah, then let's not use a set, sadly. I don't know. Sadly. Visited links. So in this case, we still use append, but here we say, what is it called? Else search? Else search. Else search on visited links contains link to visit. And here we have to say if this is not equal to -1. It's kind of like a set because we don't append it until we saw it. Don't like it, but whatever. It's not the end of the world. Nice. And now we only visit, yes, this one visited very often. Cool. So that works. Sorry. Let me commit this, and I quickly have to see the toilet. And then in 3 minutes we continue with our rock crawler. See you in 3 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. I'm back. Let's continue. I hope you got something to drink as well, or something like that. And then we can continue. Right. Let's come back to our code right here. Right. Committing. I wanted to commit. Do not visit links twice. Something like that. Yes, this looks good. Let's continue. And we are going to yes, what are we going to do next? So the walking around works. So in essence, well, let's check our sheet here. Yeah, the parsing I kind of skipped, so it went straight here. So what we kind of only need now is gonna be probably not so easy, is parse this apart such that we can print some statistics. Because this part here looks pretty okay. It's kind of that it's all in one file, then though it's not that much code, and it's not that I know how to do OO yet with this, so that's okay. Right, let's see how we best do this. So one option is again reg. Yeah, write regex that the text is, but it's kind of takes quite some time. Can we do TCL substring after? If we can do something like we did in Kotlin, that would be nice. I would just use string range and pass it the index of the white space that you can find using string first or whatever. I have a string where I want to fetch the index of the white space in the middle. No, I don't want the index actually. Substring, just substring. Returns the index, returns the string composed of the characters from first to last. Oh, do you have to do it very ugly, like get the index and then call this manually? No, 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 please, no. If that, then I'm gonna probably either quickly create my own substring after the last thing, or or use regex. What else do we have? String match. Is this a pattern match? Is this just regex matching? Or see if pattern matches string. Returns 1 if it does, 0 if it doesn't. Okay. Trim. Wait, maybe this is useful. Returns the index of the character just after the last one in the word, containing character index of string. Wait, what? Returns the index of the character just after the last one in the word, containing character index. What I'm trying to understand is word. Is word referring to the string that I'm giving it, or what? Returns the index of the first character in the word containing character index of string. I think it just will give me like where this is inside of that with a whole word and not just index. Oh no, index anyways just gives you at that index. Ah, so this is just how you get the index of something in a string apparently. Maybe, maybe not, we don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so this we would want to do here, I guess, and then return straight up our hyperlinks. For that to work really nicely, it would be cool to have some sort of a, yeah, data container, data class, whatever it may be. Well, we can use this array actually, now that I know that this works. Out of curiosity, I will Google if something like that exists, but I think the array is good enough. You know, object-oriented data container or something like that. I guess one would use contains. Yeah, one would use this array thing. Or dict also exists. Yeah, let's use this. I mean, why not? So you use it like that. So for this to work, I would have to I would have to try to get for the link that we found, create this array. So here we say hyperlink we already used, right? No. Hyperlink. And then how do you do like how do you do like multiple? Can you do like, you know, do I have to do it per line or what? Ah, yes, this is what I was looking for. Oh, yeah. Not the nicest syntax, whatever. So this is hyperlink, and then here we can just say like this. Right, so we create our hyperlink. It has the values top level domain. The thing is, what I don't like about this is that it's like you need to know outside of this how it works, but for the sake of getting it to work somehow, good enough for me. But of course I wouldn't do this, use like some actual defined data object of some sort, be it object in the sense of OO or some other object. Right, top level domain is yeah, we need to do our parsing. Protocol. Let's do the first one. It's just called URL, and that is just whoa. That's just straight up the hyperlink itself. Sorry, the link itself. Protocol. Yeah, and then let's parse these here. So what we would do here is, so either we could use this weird word end thing. Let's just do it like that for now. And you know what? Let's only go to other pages. I don't know. Well, yeah, no. Once we have this later, it might be very easy. Right, so what we need to do is try to use this word end thing, string word end, and you give it I don't understand what exactly you give to this, but yeah, I think like this link. And then this doesn't need to be a string. Dot. I don't know. And then I think, because otherwise it's going to be horribly unreadable, let's print 2 new lines. And this doesn't work. Bad index. Wait, Wait, what? Must be integer or integer. Okay, so this is not a character that you give it here. What is it? What is the point of this? What is the point of this? Hello, I didn't even, this is not even here anymore. It's a 1 now. 4. Can't read hyperlink. Variable is array. Yeah, I want to add the array here. You can't do that? Oh, tickle list of arrays. You can create a list of dicts. Yeah, I guess because array and list are both like super built-in types, even though nothing is really built-in. So I guess that's why this doesn't actually work. Can you do like a custom struct? Maybe this is what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? Record. This is, I think, what I want. Yeah, show this to me. Okay. Why do I always get to this? Like, what the hell? Similar to C structures. This is what we want. Perfect. Struct record package provides a mechanism to group variables together in one data structure. Thank you. Okay. The package only contains one top-level command but several subcommands. It also obeys the namespace in which the record was defined. Hence, the object's returns are fully qualified. Okay, yeah, we just do a top-level record in our case. Yeah. Which is gonna mean that we do it. Record members is a list. These are variables and other records. If optional instance name args are specified. I guess as a list you do this? Well, I'm not so sure. Let's see. So here we create this we call hyperlink, and this contains URL, top level domain protocol. For now, this is no, not like this. Top level domain protocol. Sorry, actually, let's do the protocol here because it's technically before the other one. And here we should probably use a namespace of some sort. Yeah, or not. I don't know. How do you create one? Yeah, so I did it correctly to give it a list. Yeah. And these can have other ones. How do you create one? Setting creates an instance of my record. Ah. Okay. So in here we say variable. Well, yeah, let's do a variable because we don't want to print it, I guess. Yeah, why not? Or, well, actually, no, I don't care. So we add this here, we do, I think, like this again with a $sign, because we invoke something. Well, in this it looks like you do it like this, but then you just have this as a command now. It's a bit, seems to be that. And the name, I don't care. To set a member, just include a value, and optionally the equal sign, syntactic sugar. How do I just create like a full one? I mean, this cannot be how I assign all of them. To set values, there are several ways to do this. In this form, the build and configure instance method sets a specific member to the given value. Can't you do it like this somehow? Maybe I'm not gonna use a record, but a dict, honestly. Not so sure yet. Tickle record example. Maybe this is what you have to search for. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, but they built like a whole thing to... New. Yeah, this is kind of what I want. Nah. Just create what, please? Record define. Okay. Is it that difficult? I do have to create it and then this is stupid. Yeah, whatever. Tickle, dig. Let's use that. It's not so nice because here it's not defined somewhere, but it's okay. Dict create. Wait, how do you create? Let's see. Sorry, that is a bit slow now. We need to just understand how this works, and it should be straightforward again. Return a new dictionary that contains each of the key value mappings. I just give it key value, key value, key value. Sure. Right, then let's not do a record. And instead, let's do a dictionary. So here we say dict create protocol. Sorry, URL is link. Protocol is nothing, and top level domain is also nothing for now. And I guess here now we get to our queue we have now these dicts. So how do we get something out of it? Dict get. Okay. Sure. So this will be like the entire hyperlink. So I guess let's call this hyperlink. And then here, let's say variable link to visit. So this matches again. And that is actually dict get hyperlink URL. I think so. So the thing that I don't like so much, I see a bit why this is, but also it's not so nice that some of the things are implemented like this, like where you use the name of your data type, like here's a good example, as the command in the beginning to put stuff, and then in other cases like the dict, it's more built in. This is like a standard library that is though under the struct package, and the dict you don't have to import as far as I can tell. It's just there always. So here, in my opinion, it would be more logical if I say hyperlink.get, which might work somehow, but apparently out of the box you have to do it like this, which I'm not a big fan of, but it's okay. Let's see if this works. No. Missing value to go with key. Dict get hyperlink URL. Missing value to go. Given the dictionary value, is that like the dict itself and the key? This will retrieve the value of that key. Where several keys are supplied, the behavior of the command shall be the result dict. Well, key. Oh, I know why. This has to be like this. Almost. Missing value to go with key. But this I don't need to... Wait, how did they use it down here? Oh, you do it like this? No. What is ID? What is 4 names? So for each key in this thing, okay. But why the hell do they do this here? What? No, this is what I want. Yes, set X to be tickle. Set desk to be dict get file types, which is my dict. wait. Yeah, no, that's fine. Dict get hyperlink URL. Well, I guess it's time to print this. Put hyperlink. What is that actually? I kind of do have the feeling that our C doesn't follow the same structure. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Yeah, we need a function that like parses this apart, obviously, but for now this should do the trick. Okay. 5. Oh, wait, do we still have this word end thing? Yeah, okay. Okay, this seems to work. Nice. Then actually, this is a good time to, I guess, do that. You give something a URL, and it parses it apart into at least these 3 subcomponents, right? Because otherwise, first of all, it doesn't really belong into find all hyperlinks. It's sort of like an external thing, and we need it anyway sooner or later. So let's here say proc parse URL. Or hyperlink, I guess. It receives a URL, and what does it do then? Well, it kind of does this. And then each of these things we do separately. So we say variable protocol is empty string, and variable... I really would like to get these records working, but it seems a bit too much for today. So here we just do this and that, and then of course we need to do this and that. Yes. Not the nicest syntax I could imagine, but fair enough. Yeah, so far so good. Let's do something here. So the protocol HTTP. So by the way, I'll just decide now that we only support HTTP links. This we just don't support because I don't see this working in the remaining time. So we just assume that due to this regex, everything that we do get starts with HTTP. Right, so that would mean that for the protocol, we can just say, I guess still a regex is kind of required. Like this. So we get a regex, I guess no case, yeah. Where we want whatever it found No, wait. We need like this. We want HTTP and then anything else. And here we want like S or not. We still have this open. Let's check. How do you do that again in regex? Regex optional match or something like that. I honestly don't know anymore. Right. Question mark. Yeah, 0 or 1 time. Yeah. Right. It's actually quite easy. So do like this, and if it's an S, yes. Okay. Nice. And we move on the first group. Cool. This should do the trick. And actually we never really need this full match, hence they did this thing here, which I still don't like. I will use an underscore. But here we just assume that it works. And we... Oh no, actually we do it like this, right? The regex gives us into the variable. Right, and then we do the same trick for tuple level domain. And this is of course URL. And the top level domain we want... Yeah, that's actually not so easy. Bullshit, what am I doing? Yeah. So here we want to :/ then something until we see a dot, a literal dot. And then what follows until we see a slash is what we want. So dot plus until we see a slash. And this has to be lazy. Yes. So now you see the match 2 would be the com. And I think this should work. Can we get rid of this and still have it? Yeah. With this setup, we almost also could get this kind of this here. Well, we can do that later. Let's yeah, I think this is better to do like this. Yes. Okay, so now what I'm just doing is we get the same thing we did in the beginning, but now :/ and then any number of things, we don't care, until we see a dot. Then we capture that, and actually this doesn't need to be in the capture group. Yes. Sorry. Wait. You know what I just realized? We can put it into a capture group. And then we'd have this for free as well. With the same regex. Actually, way better. Right, okay. Even though I still don't know how to do the regex like inline, there must be some way to do this, but not sure how. It's super ugly. I don't like this at all, but... Ah, no, wait, you can't just do a single match. I'm stupid. So, full match, group. Okay, protocol, top level domain. Here we go. Ah, this was harder than I thought, but we arrived ultimately. So this should give us this custom format of a dict. Not the nicest way to do it, but fair enough. So here we can now just say parse hyperlink with our link. right? Looks good. And then here we do the same. We say, let's just copy this. And this is seed. Okay, let's give it a shot. Can't read protocol, no such variable. Maybe it doesn't like the underscore. No. Wait. What exactly does this say? Oops. Just scrolling in here. I can use this. Can't read protocol, no such variable. While executing dict create. Okay, so apparently this is not set. Right. I think the underscore is not the problem. Puts protocol. I mean, it will just not print anything, I'm pretty sure, but... No, it does work. What the hell? Oh, it does work until at some point it doesn't. Which I don't understand how that's possible, because here we say only get something that starts with HTTP. You know what? I am interested what the URL is, so I want to find that out. If what was this thing that here? This thing is unequal to 1, then please print out the URL, because I really would want to know which URL is malformed such that we can debug it a bit better. No, wait. We're printing. Where do these print statements come from? Puts visited. Wait, but it doesn't say visited. Unequal to 1. Oh. Right. I used just the wrong thing here, I think. No. Why for all of these HTTP is equal to... Oh, crap, how does this work again? Info exists. Returns 0 otherwise. I guess then let's do it like that. Oops. Yes, and it doesn't print anything. Excuse me. What the hell? Wait. Where does it even start? Can't read protocol, no such variable. What is going on with me? I want this. It's getting late. Sorry. Still doesn't do it. So if protocol is not set, then I want to print the URL, which it doesn't do. Why? You know what? Puts URL protocol. No, that also doesn't work, because then it will just crash here. New line, I guess. And then we know the last one that's still printed is the one that is to blame. That's stupid. So what is wrong with this URL? There was an HTTP one before, so that is not the problem. Oh, it has a subdomain. And none of these others had one. I think. Yeah. Oh, I'm so stupid. I was about to see until you see a dot. But of course, it's subdomains, it can have a dot earlier. Yeah, that's actually, how do you do that? Let me think. So until you see a so this is still fine. Also, a slash is not necessarily even there. That's another issue, I just realized. Now we think the top level domain is B, which is not correct. But yeah, the thing with the slash we cannot rely on. So we have to do like the last dot also doesn't work. So we do like \/ question mark. So this is not required. But if we find something that has no slash here, then we go with... Oh, this is a bit... okay, concentrate. So here we want to do that. We want to do that lazily. We want to do that lazily, maybe. Recharge my headphones. Tja, how? So I want to greedily let it match the other dots, right? Because there's more following. Greedy, yeah, it's not so greedy. Because the pattern afterwards matches. Yeah, okay, that's why. So now this is optional. So wait. We have something. Unlimited amount of times, which includes a dot, until we see a dot or not. So we see a dot. And we want what follows until we see a slash or not. And it only gets that because of this. If we put the slash, it will... Oof, this is actually not so easy. I mean, this is also pretty much another topic, right? This is not even necessary for this. I'm kind of considering thinking about the time. That for now, we just do not support things that have subdomains. Which would mean that this does work, with the only thing that we want to skip it somehow. Is there a null value? Tickle null? Or like, you know, can you imply like there's nothing I want to return? Everything's a string, which implies that nothing is null. There's an empty string, lists can be empty, but there can be no value that is not a string, so they cannot be null. Huh. I guess we can return an empty string, or what do they recommend that you use? Nothing, really. Yeah, then empty string it is. Cool. So if this weird info set, sorry that I have to ignore that now, but I don't see another option really. Then return empty string. That is ugly as hell. Is 0. What were the other options though? What was 2? Not sure. Let's give it a shot. Let's see if that works. Yeah, okay. Nope. URL is not known in dictionary. While executing get URL. Probably something with this parsing here. Key URL not known in dictionary. Huh. Let's see. URL. I'm stupid. Yeah, if the string is empty, then concentrate. Right. So here we say if if hyperlink actually not a dict but an empty string, then we continue. I don't like that at all. Excuse me? Invalid. Oh, sorry. Of course. Pray that it works. Looks good. Okay, we're back on track. Sorry, this took longer than I would have wished for. Yeah, the thing is, for a future episode, I think I'll just write like this regex, so this is not part of the episode, because it's not really regex 101 tutorial, right? But not even tutorial, I have to think myself. Right, let's continue. Committing maybe, and then we can see what else we want to do. So, we have, we can parse these dicts, although I am a bit doubtful if top level domain really works. We'll see. Parse URLs, and we push that. All right. Yeah, we can print something. So this does work, which is nice. That's pretty cool to see. Yeah, let's print some statistics or something, I would argue. So we might want to print well, first of all, I think what we should print is here, we should stop it at some point. So if, is it L size maybe? Oops. Maybe, let's give it a shot. If L size of visited links is larger than, yeah, let's not hard code it here. It's larger than max visits, I don't know, then we don't continue, but we actually break. Max visits, we define here. Variable max visits is, I don't know, 100. And then let's also put this into a procedure, maybe. Proc start or something. We again receive the URL. So this is URL, and then get all this stuff, put it in here, and all the indentation is. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh no, sure, of course, it's from the. So all this, yes. Now we're talking. We return nothing, we just print something at the end. Finished crawling. Then for good measure, I guess here we can print, or at the very beginning, I guess. Starting crawling. Right. Okay, and then at the bottom here, because it has to be after everything, we simply invoke this. So start with, oh yeah, our two arguments actually. Max visits, even though they can access it from the outside, right? Because it is global, because I defined it here. No, actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's just give it here as an argument. And technically it can be like that now. Not sure if I like that. Why not? Okay. No, it doesn't work. Invalid command L size. Okay. It's not L size. Tickle. We had this tutorial somewhere. Yeah, this one. Adding elements to a list. No, I want to have like more list commands. Yeah. They can't be the only one. Ah, here, L length. Okay. Almost. L size, L length. It's larger or equal to, I guess. Nice. Yeah, let's let this run for a moment. And let's see if the 100 is if it cares about that. I should have maybe run it with a bit less than 100. Yeah, one other thing that might be interesting, what we cannot do that nicely now, is that I want to kind of ignore this middle part here. Sorry, I want, if we visited that already, that it doesn't continue there, because otherwise we're stuck on like eventbrite.com or, you know. Also, I wonder why the hell... Oh, we just only do not support multiple top subdomains. Right, so we do support www.youtube and so on. I get it. Okay. That, what I said, we might be able to quickly patch on. Still, so if we here get our regex, where is it? So this works. Nice. It stops after 100. That seems to be 100. Yes, so we can actually get this middle part here. So anything until you see. Oh no, it thinks this is the. So this already doesn't work for the current case really nicely. Yeah, so this will be broken. This will think this is the ending, the top level domain. let me think about it for like one moment, but I don't think I can find how to do it. Off the top of my head, at least, I would have to concentrate a bit more. So we want any words, that is fine, until we see a dot. That is also fine. We want to kind of repeat this pattern. Maybe this is what we need to do. Or yes, we're getting closer. So now this works again. So now I did that. It does this pattern 0 or an infinite amount of times. No, yeah. Why is this dot? Yeah, of course. So dot. Oops. Where we want this part without the dot. Until... Wait. This is group 2 match. Oh, this is the match by this one. Right. So this we want to match greedily, maybe? And then... Yes, almost. I mean, I don't want to just repeat this all the time now, obviously. Oops, this was a bit much. Nope. Anyways, we said this URL we don't really want to support. So this is kind of fine. Yeah, this looks good. What if we add www? Yeah. That is not bad. We cannot really get the subdomains, but at least we can get like the domain itself, like the full... Is that the... No, the root domain is with the ending. Like the full domain. At least that is quite useful. Yeah. This is actually better than what we had beforehand. So let's put that here. So now we get the full match. We don't care. The first group is the protocol still. The second is... I will call it domain. I don't know what else to call it. So it's like subdomains plus actual domain name. So if we have this again that we had, that also is supported now. That's pretty cool. And then this we want to do optional. Shoot. Sala. Yeah, the slash, we cannot be sure that there's a slash. So we want to match it greedily until we see a slash. Then the slash is part... Why is it part of the group match? Oh, because we're greedy. Why does this only match a single character? That I don't understand. I have to say. Because it's not greedy, so it'll match until the slash. Yeah. And anyways, what happens if we have like a longer... Yeah, no, this doesn't work. until you see a slash. Wait, why does this... Oh. Timeout. I said I didn't want to look at this, but now I was so close that I thought like, be nice to have it now, but... Yeah, so some problem is here that due to the fact that this is not greedy anymore, it never finishes. But why? But why? But why? Why does this time out? I don't get it. Yeah, okay, protocol it is. There's no real better way to do this, or we just ignore the top level domain and then at least can say until until we see a dot. Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that easy to parse. This gives you the last character before the dot. God damn it, sorry. Yeah, I guess we cannot do this. What I wanted, that it's not getting stuck in here. I think I have to prepare that for next time. Sorry for that. Second stream ever, so a bit more preparation required apparently. But it doesn't make sense to look at this any longer because it doesn't get anywhere, I think. Yeah, right. So let's go back to our previous regex, which could at least match this. So this we didn't get this correctly. Well, we can kind of do the root domain now. And don't know that. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Right, so we have that, and then this is actually not a top level domain, but it's just the root domain. So now we match all of those, and then at least we can actually do now what I planned on doing initially. Right. And actually it does support these now, so I think this will not happen anymore now that you get... well, technically this is actually the root domain as well, so it's not entirely correct. It should include the WW, but fine for now. Yeah, I don't know how to do that now. We would kind of just need to drop this part, I guess. Yeah, actually that was pretty easy. Yeah, let's do that. So this can, I think, not happen anymore, that this protocol is like empty, but I'll just keep it here. Who knows? Right, protocol root domain. Yes, so that looks okay. And then outside of this, we give it the parameters. That is also fine. And then here we want to print some stuff. Puts. Yeah, we kind of either some grouping or something would be cool. Oh, by the way, I just realized that here we collect the visited links as the URLs, which makes sense. but I would also want that we know like which hyperlinks we visited, such that we can do our analysis thing. Where else did we use that? That's it, I think. So let's do that. Visited. Yeah, okay, now the terminology is all over the place. Yeah, no, this is horrible. Otherwise I have to rename everything. Visited link dicts. Sorry for this. Oh, horrendous name. Link, let's call it hyperlinks, whatever. Visited hyperlinks. Right, so here we now say we print, we want to, well, first of all, we want to add each time that we visited it. So l'append. Well, wait, I'm stupid. We can just do it like that. Links to visit. And here we do get this URL. But not here yet. So here we just use the entire hyperlink. This is indeed linked to visit, so that is fine. But that we only need once we do the request. And then visited links, we just check if we know this dict. So there we say visited links hyperlink, at which point I guess it makes sense to call this just link. Link like that, yes. Yeah, okay. And then that is actually what we want to, you know, the URL, so to say. Yeah, then let's call this URL to visit, why not? URL to visit, okay, we got the URL after all. Links to, so for each of those we add the new link, which is fine because this is an object of a list of dicts at that point. And something we're still missing. No, actually, that should be it. Country hyperlink, no such hyperlinks. Yeah, okay. This is just link. Links, link to visit, visited links, add link to visit. Yeah, this is that. And then it works again. Nice. So let's try that again. And now we want to do some extra thing that if yeah, so this works if we've seen this already. So let's create that. Variable visited root domains. Really like to have a set, but still not possible apparently. So this, let's move it somewhere else because we this is kind of outside of these other things here. So either if we visited that specific link already, or if we visited the root domain, which would be like this. Root domain. So we get out of our link, we get the root domain, and see if in our visited root domains we have this already. Then we also continue. And then of course we have to append two things. We have to append visited links and the root domains, at which point this should be a variable, of course. Variable root domain. And then let's do it like this, so it is a bit nicer looking. Visited root domains, we add the root domain. Yes. And I guess now we don't go there anymore. Let's see. Should not see like Eventbrite, we should only see once. That was like very, oh no, I already see some twice. Well, it could be our regex. No. That's definitely, is it a coding error or is it a regex error? Probably regex. Quick check. So out of the link, we get the root domain. Is it really called root domain? Yes, it is. If in our visited root domains we have that one, we continue. Is this continue even working? Well, it is. Right, because we only visited link. Or is it? Puts test. I don't know. I just want to see what the hell do we ever get into this. Do we ever? Maybe this didn't work already for the first one, and we never actually get there. No, okay, it does work. So this is, well, no, this doesn't mean that this works. TCL continue while something like that. No, let's just continue. Is this? Yeah, continue. So that doesn't seem to be the problem. Problem then probably is that since we never see this test statement, print statement, that we never get there. I see an L search. If in visited root domains, we have the root domain. And then we append to our visited root domains their root domain. Well, let's each loop print root domains. See if it grows. No such variable. Well, that was... So it does grow. Let's see. So we have this and conf and Eventbrite. Oh, there's something wrong. /e. That is not really the root domain. Do we know why that is? Ooh, give it a quick try, but I don't think. Wait. What? No, you just match Eventbrite. Why is this matched as Eventbrite E? If we remove that, then that doesn't work obviously because this looks so promising. Looked so promising. Well, yeah, never mind. At this point, it's just a stupid. We always get these on top of it. So it thinks this is the entire root domain, as you can see here, and then obviously no, but it's okay. Maybe it's the way that we copy this in there. Do we need to like double escape this? Maybe. Let's give it a shot. You know, in some regex engines you have to like. Oh, but a slash we don't have to escape at all. Actually, we can just do like that. Anything, we literally don't care. We get anything until we see a slash. And of course that has to be lazy because otherwise we always get the last one. That does look perfectly fine to me. I mean, it's a super easy regex at this point. No, it still doesn't work. Well, I guess then this regex engine just works a bit different maybe, or I'm not quite sure what is going on there. Well, too bad. Nothing, I wouldn't know what to... I wouldn't know what to do here, so puts root domain. It must be something with the regex engine itself though, so I'm kinda, you know, I'm wondering if it is worth debugging that now, because... So this, by the way, worked. It's just that never anything matches, so that is fine. So the if statement works just fine. Yeah, it thinks that this is... Let's quickly check the regex thing. Yeah. Causes the regular expression to be matched as many times as possible in the string, returning the total number of matches found. Okay. Enables use of expanded syntax where whitespace and comments are ignored. No. Instead of attempting to match, returns a list containing information about the regular expression. The first element is a list. That sounds quite interesting. Let's give it a shot. To see what the hell it's trying to do with that, because apparently it's not what I think it will do. What the hell? Didn't print anything. Oh, we have to print that. I guess it returns a string. Oh no, now this thing is part of the... How did you do that? Tja. How do I like delimit that this is ending? I'm just gonna do it like that. That it tries to match something on nothing. Nothing. Yeah, okay, that worked. Rec you. Yeah, this is not really useful. I'm wondering if we need to, cause the going to return as a list the data that would otherwise match. Yeah, okay. I wonder if we have to use like all to match as many times as possible. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but no. I don't know. I don't get how it is possible that this matches as this whole thing. I think it doesn't have this lazy thing. I think it just doesn't have the operator. If we go here to the syntax, and we do plus question mark or in general anything, the word doesn't even appear on the page. Maybe it just doesn't support that. Would be very sad, but who knows? Non-greedy. Okay, then they do have it, but maybe it's different. Which match the same possibilities, but prefer the smallest number rather than... Ah. No, that is what I'm doing here. Plus question mark. Huh, that's... are known as bounds. The number m and m are unsigned decimal integers. I mean, it would be stupid if it doesn't support that. Yeah, okay, here's just my regex knowledge stops. The problem though is that I have to say that why the hell does it work here? Ah, this is only for Java where this works. No, was this the problem all along? How the hell did this then work? Oh no, because this I wrote last time already. No, this is also for Java. No, but it doesn't have forward slashes actually. Hey, no. It kind of works, not really. I mean, I get that you want to escape those, but that part I don't get. Any character, lazily until you see a slash. What is so difficult about that? I don't see it. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to. Last thing I will try is like these double escapes. Some need that. I should just look it up in the docs, I guess. No, then nothing matches. Yeah, then it's just gonna be sad and we match these. Too bad. Probably like I'll look at it later after the stream and it's like a 2-minute fix, but that's how it is. Right, so if we saw the root domain, which is kind of not super useful now, but well, at least something. And at the end, we want to, out of our visited links, we want to do some, let's print the one thing that we can pass correctly, which is the protocol. Let's print how much we saw which. So let's see, tickle, what do we want to do? I guess the easiest is like a filtering option and then a size on that. What the hell? The filter idiom? No. You have to define it yourself. That's too bad. I mean, to be fair, this is not bad. Yeah, so it just does a list, and if it matches this predicate, then list filter. Is there no better way to do this? Yeah, I was about to say, but this weird L search thing. I saw someone like that wrote earlier there. Oh, you can actually use it to filter stuff. Let's see. This was in the tutorial thing. Here, so let's see. Tutorial, and then in this one here, and there it said. No, where did I see that? Search list for an pattern, see the section pattern. Oh. Oh, maybe it is. But I don't really wanna, actually, now I'm thinking about it, filtering is, well, I mean, we do know which options there are, HTTP and HTTPS. So we can kind of do it with this L search, or we do a grouping, which would be cooler, but I don't think that is something that you can, at least not out of the box. Yeah. Let's do it with filtering, I guess. Easier for now. Alright, so we print HTTP and then how many. And that where, so we do this with L search all. This was to continue. Let's close some tabs here. L search all and then the list. So that is visited links. But you first have to map. TCL map. No, not a string map. L map. How does this work? Implements a loop where the take on values from one or more lists, and the loop returns a list of results collected from each iteration. Wait, what? Yeah, no, it is how I thought. It's like a mapping operation. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Protocols is lmap on visited links, and then you need to give it, what the hell was that? So it's like it's just like this for loop syntax. So you for each, sorry. So you give it first what you, so this is like L for link or just link. And then you say what you want to do with it. And I want dict get link. Wait, link we already use. Not a good idea. Oh, no, it's here. It's, well, is this inside, is this scoped? Probably not. Does it matter? I don't know either. No, it's probably scoped. That would be super horrible. Protocol. So I guess this now is you know, and let's give it here only 10 to try this out. Nice, that works. So you can map like that. That's not too bad. So now we say how many of those are that, and that I kind of want to define my own procedure that you can count or something. This is kind of ugly. This would go into a different namespace, but whatever. So there we, can we see how this is implemented actually? Pretty helpful. Well, let me try what I thought about earlier with the fact that you can, what I said at the very beginning, that you can essentially pass lambda expression like arbitrary ones. The person here also implemented that somehow, right? Where was that? No, oh shit. No. Well, so if we here receive our lambda, I mean, let's call it lambda, why not? Other way around, lambda. Oh, and of course also what we want to count on. So the list, even though I'm not sure if it likes that you reuse this. Probably not. Let's not do it. Let's call it collection. I don't fucking know. Right. Let me put my other. Oh, earphone again. Collection. Right. So we are going to do return. No, a for loop we need. So we say variable I 0, or just use this weird ass inker thing. So for each element in collection, if and that kind of needs to like return a boolean. I'm not sure. I really would like to see how they implemented this lmap, because I essentially want to do something very similar. Maybe you can find it. Can you like get from here to the to the implementation of it? lmap. Oh, holy. Why does this look so horrible? Ah, man. If I could find that somehow, that would be so helpful. Tickle lambda. Maybe someone else. Lambda. Yeah, anonymous functions. With the expression. But I have to do that it returns a boolean always. I mean, I cannot really enforce that, right? So fun list. Okay. Ah, so this is a custom map. Nice. Okay, let's see how they do that. No. For each I, append fun, and then you pass it the function, and you just execute it like this. Okay. I do it the other way around, whatever. But how does it know to like how does it know to maybe let's call this E or well, whatever element. If that is equal to true, I'm not sure how to do true and false. I mean, maybe just if, then inker C, and then we return C. And he never defines C as well. It's just there. Let's give this a shot. Maybe that works. Like that, I guess. Count, no. Wait, you can just do it like that, right? Yeah. Or actually, you can just do it like this. Don't need these. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Count over protocols, and I want to do yeah. How does it bind this in this? I wonder. Ah, so I would need a proc for that as well. Proc lambda. Ah, this defines for us a new proc. Yeah, why not? So this is just stolen here for now to create a lambda. Let's try that. So they do this like that. So you can do this inline. You don't have to do proc advat blah blah blah, which is kind of helpful. So our argument is x. That is okay. And what we want to do is an expression, I think. If this is true or false. So x is equal to like this. Invalid command lambda doesn't know that. I mean, I don't really want to. Yeah, whatever. We can do it like that. It's very ugly, but oh no, wait. This has to be like that. Is that the problem? No, so this doesn't. It should be like that. I think it just doesn't know what this is. Let's define it in line. Apparently, you can just do them like this. So is HTTP. This receives an X, and we say. This is the expression that we want. And then we need to wait, what is L? Ah, what you want to map on. Ah, yeah, they did the other way around. Never mind. I had this protocols in my case. But he just passed the raw name. So that doesn't work, of course. I need to do it like that. Is HTTP. So what I'm trying to do now, C. Oh, wait. Like this. So what I'm trying to do now is I have this count thing, right? It iterates over my collection and tries to check if this lambda is true. If this is even how you do that, I have to Google that. And then it increases C, which always starts at 0, and then I return it at the end. So then I know how often it matched this predicate, so to say. So here I will just do apply this now, which is count over this, and how often is it in HTTP. So I do the same with that. HTTPS. Boop. Boop. HTTPS. Let's give this a shot, and then technically we have the whole crawler, at least according to the requirements. Hey! Nice, it works. Man, I'm actually pretty happy that this worked at all. Okay. If now there's a way to get this lambda thing working, I'm gonna give it one last try. So they did. I think I didn't put it in a brace. Maybe that was the problem. Let's see. Because now it also detects that this is a... Yeah, I think now it works. Nice. Okay, then this is way better. Then thanks for this lambda thing. I should mention though where I got it from. Copied from lambda and tickle. I want to give credit where credit is due because this is really helpful. Nice. So now here we say puts statistics. I kind of like to put these into quotation marks because otherwise it's pretty confusing what the hell's going on there. Even though it's not required, also because it gets nice and orange, a bit easier to see what the hell that even is, right? Okie dokie. Yeah, that is it. I think, of course, it would be nice to print the top level domains and stuff, but since the regex is not going to work today, I have to invest some time into that for the next episode. This though looks... I'm really happy with the result here overall. So let me clean this up, commit, and then I'll give a final, how do you say, thought about tickle. Oh, I liked it. So maybe here we can do a \n beforehand and the other way around here. Maybe some more statistics we can print. So here we can say visited so many links, hyperlinks, and here we do. You can just, because I was about to say, how the hell do I do a space? But of course I can just do it like this, because this bracket is interpreted as a... Nice. So this was the important thing to get this lambda working, because of course if you just dump it like in there, it just thinks again it's a string, so that won't work. Visited LL lengths. L lengths, sorry, now that I know that. Lengths. Of visited links. Is this like this? Or like that? No, with the... This I never know, because like there's a few functions, or one. I saw one somewhere. What was this again? Where you just give it the variable name and it figures it out based on that. Ah, this was this, but that makes sense because you check if this variable name exists. No, never mind. Actually, here you also do it. Why don't you do it like this here? I don't understand. It's a bit... not super intuitive. Let's see. Nice. Here we also do a \n, so this reads a bit nicer. Visited 10 hyperlinks. \n. Used protocols. Nice. All right. Then I would say the following. We'll run this a bit longer with 100 maybe, or 1,000. Oh, let's do 500. 1,000 is probably too long. And I'll run this one last time, and in the meantime add some comments here everywhere, because otherwise it's going to be horrible to understand what the hell is going on when you read this later on. And then I'll commit it final time, push it to GitHub, and you can check it out yourself afterward and run it locally if you dare. Right, let's start the crawler. I'm quite surprised that I never needed like exception handling. All these requests just work. Like there was not a single one ever that was like, okay, I'm just not gonna execute. That's quite interesting. Okay, let this run, and then returns a struct tree of the HTML of the given URL. All right. Returns a dict with the fields. I'm already using the language here. as a list here, yeah. With the fields, URL, protocol, root domain, and actually that's not fields, that's more like keys. Returns a tick with the keys, parsed from the given URL. Okay, it's still going strong, even though it's a bit stuck in event right now. Returns all hyperlinks, i.e. A tags, appearing on the given URL. Right, this we copied, but what does this do? Builds a lambda expression out of the given arguments. I don't know, it's not the best, but anyways, you can check it out here, how exactly this works. Returns how many elements in the given collection test positive to the given predicate, and at that point it makes a lot more sense to call this predicate. Right, starts the crawling process, comma, printing. No, it crashed at the end. These things, I mean, you can well, no, let's do it properly. A maximum of max visits hyperlinks are visited before termination. From the given seed URL. Right, why did this fail? We do have all the comments though. HTML is incomplete. Option inc var is missing. Yeah, okay. Just quickly to see try catch. How do you do that? Is it super? I just don't care, you know? If it fails, it fails. I mean, literally, because what else are we supposed to do? This is for the tree parsing thing. I mean, yeah. Why did I even copy that? Could have just done that. Actually, it's not too bad, because then, if not, the tree will just be an empty tree, so we don't even need to do some extra thing, because once we start the walking, it'll just not walk, because there's nothing to walk. Even though I do wonder if this root name will crash. Maybe tickle tree. Is there a way to say, like, if it's empty, then then don't do anything. Empty. No. Well, this returns the nodes, so if the list is empty, then that will actually means that we can skip it. So here I just swiftly add if HTML tree nodes and length is 0, right? Then we just early return hyperlinks, which is okay because it's an empty list, so just nothing happens. That seems pretty safe to me. Yeah, the other thing that can go wrong, which I guess we should also cover, is the getting of the URL here. So probably we want to create a tree at the very beginning. Oops. And just put all of this actually in here. Yeah. So if any of these things fail, we just return this empty tree. There's a better way to do this, I know, but it's good enough. Okay, I think now we're set. Let me try this another time. If this doesn't work, I'll just leave it be. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know what's going on. This expression is not... This has to be like an expression as well. Yes. Yes, okay, no. Should be... I mean, that's what I'm giving you. I mean, I can also first say... Is this better? That makes no sense. Is this not a list or what? Should be list. Oh, no. So first I thought the problem here clearly is that I'm not doing this. But this is already like resolving to something. The music that you probably also hear fits my confusion. Oh, you have to enclose that in a... this language. Now. Nope. What is invalid about the character here? Variable nodes. Oh crap, no, I don't want to scream yet. The length of nodes is 0, then I return hyperlinks. Oh, come on, I'm out of invalid. Where? Where? Somewhere I left like a bracket that shouldn't be there. Oh, so this worked all along probably. It's just that there was this extra. Why would this not work? I mean, this would be super stupid. The thing at the end of the music was great. Right, so I'm gonna run this a last time and see if it finishes. And if it does not finish, because it crashes again somewhere, then it is fine. We just have this try block now, which just ignores everything. But that makes sense, actually, even as bad as this might look, because if you cannot either get the URL or the tree, or your response is empty, or whatever else might go wrong, you cannot continue anyhow. This URL is just, you have to skip it, ultimately. So this is fine. We're stuck at Eventbrite. Come on, let me out of there. Also, the requests are pretty slow. It's interesting now, again at... for 1 second we were somewhere else, I was about to say, but now we're back at Eventbrite. Eventbrite sees a lot of traffic from my IP address today. Stuck. We're stuck. Okay, while this is running, I'll give you sorry, while this is running, I'll give you my final rundown of what I think what I think about Tickle. So I think I very much overall enjoyed coding in it for the reason that it's different. And now comes the catch. I have to say it is too finicky in some parts that I would use it on a regular basis. Of course, I've used it now for a few hours, right? As first try ever. So I think using it a bit more, probably you see, you start appreciating some things a bit more and stuff. But overall, I have to say that it's too easy to build bugs into it, combined with the fact oh, it crashed again. I think we can just call it a day. Yeah, but why? I have a try catch around it. Oh, well, okay. Sorry. Combined with the fact that that there's no types, you wouldn't even, as you see right here, well, this is a try catch. To be fair, that would happen in other languages as well. But with some of the other errors we see, you would only get them when actually running your script. I know this is true for many scripting languages, or all almost. But yeah, I don't know. It's the combination of things, you know? It's like the fact that you can make errors so easily. Literally, you forget this, right? And you have a bug. But you only realize it the first time it evaluates this line. Whereas like in a JS program, you also have the problem, for instance, that if it hits the line and this doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I would argue it's not as easy to make mistakes because like straight up typos, your IDE, your editor will probably tell you about. Like if you write like link or something, it will probably, yeah, that's just a tooling thing, of course. But yeah, so the combination with how easy it is to make mistakes due to this, when things are replaced and not, and everything is a string, so you have to always take care when to use this $sign or not. Combined with the fact that it's a scripting language after all, it's an interpreted language, I should rather say, makes it too brittle for myself to use it in something larger scale. I have to say though, to write like a script in the sense of I get some input and I want to do something with it and then output again somewhere or write to a file or something. I think it is pretty cool. Like for that, and I think also that is like the major purpose of it. For that, I think it is quite a cool language. And I also have to say, I think I saw like a quite small part only of it. And I will look around in this wiki a bit after the stream. What else I can find? Because I think there's probably quite some features still that I haven't seen that are pretty cool. Yeah, the other thing on the upside I have to say is standard library pretty good. I have to say, like seen way worse that you have to like get a library for everything. Not sure how much was like standard library, how much was I just installed it with this installer I found. That I'm not so sure, of course, but as far as I can tell, most or all of this, I think all of the things we used are standard library, these packages. That's pretty cool. I mean, there's HTML parsing and stuff, you get it for free. regex engine, a fucking HTTP client, albeit a bit of a weird one with that stuff here. It worked after all. That is pretty cool and not always the case with every language. So yeah, in summary, I liked it a lot. I will definitely continue looking into it a bit after the stream because I think it's a very unique, interesting language, and I think I've not seen like the full potential. And I might consider it for like a script that I have to write sometime soon, and actually use that because I think for that it is probably a pretty nice language. Yeah. Overall, I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. Sadly, it doesn't work here. I don't know though what. I mean, the only thing that I do wonder is that if this fails, TCL HTML parse, if we if it says what kind of exception it'll throw if it fails. The name of the variable where to store any incomplete HTML. Ah. So this is not an exception, it's just supposed to be like that. That is interesting. Okay. So my try catch block is like useless, apart from, I think this does throw arrows I saw. So how are you supposed to do that? So like this? Hyphen ingvar trash. And honestly now I'm not sure if it needs this. Variable trash is empty list or empty string or whatever the fact it may be. Incomplete variable, or what does this stand for? I guess so. Okay, let's go to final shot. Or not. Wrong arcs, should be, yeah. No, don't tell me that this has it, but this this doesn't have it. But how are you supposed to use it if you cannot pass in? Oof, this is a hell of a short side. How do I parse myself? Don't know either. What the hell? Okay, I think this is all we can do. This is a huge oversight because this is a wrapper around this, but it doesn't accept the arguments of that one. So it's kind of a pretty bad wrapper. Okay. In that case, we are just stuck. The thing also is that if it fails, we have no way of like detecting that, right? Option ingvar is missing. So it's also not that it throws an exception or error or whatever it may be, because then it would be caught, I guess. It's just that... Oh, wait. Look at this. This is doing to_tree callback tree. Whatever. Not sure exactly what. I find it very... That's pretty bad that this doesn't work, and this is actually what fails in the end, but... ingvar. Let's see if anyone ever had this issue. There you go, only get to the same page all the time, I guess. How was that forgotten? Or I'm missing something. That this works somehow and I don't know how. Well, I don't know. Not sure. Never mind. Okay. Then that's it for the first real episode of Programming Polyglot. Yeah, please let me know if you have any wishes for future languages. As I said, ideally it's stuff that I have little experience with. Of course, you cannot know what I have experience with, so just drop it in the comments below this video. Or again, the point that I made in the very beginning. I did create a Discord community server. Please join if you're interested in this channel. I'd be very happy to have a chat with you or discuss some future video ideas. Not only this series, any other stuff on this channel. Cool, so this does work. It has one problem that I don't know how to fix, and I think I would also not be able to fix in the next 5 hours. So let's commit this and call it a day. Finish crawler with minimal statistics. And the other thing I'll give you is this, because maybe you can use it. Add learning resource. And we push pause of that. There we go. Right. And that was it. thanks a lot for watching. Please consider subscribing to the channel if you like this. And check out my other videos, of course, and send this to anyone who is interested in watching a very long live stream about Tickle. And yeah, please get in touch with me if you're interested. I'd be very happy about that. Since last time, with the first ever live stream, that was pretty nice to get in touch with some people that are interested in this kind of stuff. So thanks a lot. That was it. And if you can figure out what's going wrong there, I'd also be very interested in that, obviously. Cool, that was a bit less functional than the last one, but a functional web crawler, albeit a pretty shitty one. But we got it to work in the end. Thanks a lot for watching, and I see you in the next one. Tschüss.